illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Burning flame!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Burning flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
Through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia, why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Well, hello there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Nerd 3.0, of course, the Northeast Underdog Tournament. And today we are kicking off the, round robin, the league stage, day number 3. So the first match, as you know, have been, called off, but the second match is already here. But before that, I got to introduce you to myself. I'm Shinryu. I'm going to be a caster. And I'm joined by Miss Debbie for this game. So Miss Debbie, how are you feeling for this game? And why don't you introduce the teams as well at the same time?
Yeah. I mean, let's go for it, Cindy, because I'm feeling good because these two teams that we are that's gonna be playing for the second match for today are Crux Requiem, a newly rebranded team, mostly comprising of Tartarus members, all the players, and just excluding Kyle. So there's gonna be crisis into the goal. So they're still here. They're still one of the top teams that we have been very, very familiar with, just with another gold laner. Other than that, they're all the same. And as for Maaf, of course, this is a team that has been rising to the top, so always able to find ways to win all those tournaments, to win against top teams most of the time. And of course, when you talk about Maaf, it's your mom who's gonna be the signature player. He's almost well known most of the time, but they also have a little bit of a change up into the gold lane as well because they got PYZ and which is also who was also a member of Evil, and they replaced out a Dubao. There are a lot of good goal laners here. No matter how much you change, they are still able to perform so well. And Maaf have been one of the team in this season so far that was able to give us one of the longest games that we have witnessed and able to win it out too against Secret Shrine. Yeah, that's also Eliminator's new name. There we go. This is a very star-studded lineup we have seen for both of these teams, and it's gonna be an interesting one. Best of 3. I'm manifesting for it.
Man, you already have me on the edge of my seat by all that information. I don't know, Crisis versus PYZ. I haven't seen PYZ for a while, playing the tournaments, because last I remember we had a huge fuss about this, entire evil thing back when they were pushing the global score and all, right? The old sub dragon versus the evil, the banters and all that was going on. But again, this time Crux Requiem, like you mentioned, a rebranded Tartarus, right, under the new banner. It's gonna be the same lineup, little bit, just a few changes in here and there, but still, like the players, they were like the top team of India for a while. So against that Maaf, I would say, when you said your mom, I was thinking, what is my mom doing in that lineup? But then I remember, okay, they have your mom, the renowned Uranus player who got a maniac in about under 2 minutes, right? I think that's where he went most viral for. So once again, the game itself is gonna be around the meta. Like change everything, change the players, change everything, change the team name, but it's gonna be around the meta, and that's what we are seeing. The bans, 2 S tier junglers already being banned, and they're also gonna be joined by the CC as well as the Zohunt, one of Ray's favorite mages, his waifu, and also the Baxia. So I think this does open up a lot of heroes, especially for the EXPDN, and especially your mom's favorite hero, that's one of the Uranus. So will they pick it up? What do you think, babe?
I mean, it could be safe to pick it up, but you can never pick up the Uranus into the first phase, so it will be still situational. But the bans, like you already mentioned, coming through from the side of Crux Requiem, they are so consistent on banning away the Baxia as well as the CC and the Lancelot too. These 3 heroes, even though they have their jungle who is able to play the Lancelot, I think they just do not want to play the Lancelot because they want to prioritize banning it away instead of picking it up. So it's very understandable. It's kind of a classic Crux Requiem thing in here, but of course, almost all the time, you have to ban away the Eastern Sin and the Versa and the Juicin as well. These 3 heroes are perma-banned in this tournament so far, even though it was open. Yesterday, the Juicin was open. I think, it was open, but yeah, Zohunt couldn't win with that hero. So yeah, there's a possibility that it's easier to counter now than ever. But the first pick coming through for the side of Crux Requiem, the 1-1 when there are threats of the Hayabusa appearing for the side of Maaf.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one was pretty big. I don't know the potential of this. Right? But still too early. Like you mentioned, the count is like the highest. Here's against the they are but I think
Am I tweaking or I am unable to hear Senior though? Well, maybe it's from my side. There's a possibility because I can see him speaking, but nevertheless, we can see that Kresakum are the one actually picking out the Fredrin. No matter what this guy is on the hero he's on, whether it may be the assassins or whether it may be the utility, he is able to find against advantages all over the map with this pick. So I feel like it is kind of a comfort that they went for. They literally know that when they pick up the 1-1, the Hayabusa was gonna be coming into the hands of Maaf, and they are ready to counter it out with the Fredrin pick here, and of course the Gatot Kata, which can also be a setter or even a this engager most of the time, which is used as that. But a very safe choice coming in from the side of Maaf when you want to go against a very dashy heroes like the 1-1. You really want to have the phobias onto your side and into the hands of your mom as well. It might eventually be working out, but the thing is, there's still a lot of flex coming through from the side of Crux Requiem. Meanwhile for Maaf, they are still so good set on what they are going for. No bans so far, but they are the one actually banning out the Uranus.
I hope we can finally hear him.
It's still out there. It's still, maybe it's me. I'm not sure. Let's go. It will be fine. It will be fine. Because we will get back to Senior, of course. There must be something here with my mic or his, or I'm not sure. But yeah, the thing is, Crux Requiem, they are the one actually having a lot of tanky frontliners here already, so they have to ban away the heroes that can literally be a counter for the 1-1. He can also outscale him most of the time, so it's very understandable that they have to ban away the Harriets, and they can go for the Irrital ban here too. But the thing is, Irrital can be answered quite easily this time around, even though it has been so long into the meta. But they went for the Moskov instead, so they do not want to get outscaled. They do not really want to go for the late game and have the risk of losing out into the later part of this game, because 1-1, no matter how well you do, it's kind of a hero that signs more onto the mid game than the late game, so it's very understandable that they have to ban away. Oh my. The sounds that I hear, man. I just know. I just know from the voices of the heroes that the Lapu Lapu is gonna be the one that's actually picked away, because it's okay to go for the Lapu Lapu. But one thing that is actually different in this scene is the Vexana coming through for the side of Maaf. I know Vexana can be good against a hero like the utility jungles like the Fredrin here, and I feel like it's actually very good to pick it away, but you are so prone to have disasters, to have someone jumped onto you most of the time. So they have to be very careful, especially when in team fights, because you are so vulnerable, you are so immobile, and you have just one flicker to walk away from those problems from. So it's very understandable that they have to go for this. But now that Crux Requiem, they do have the pick to come true. What can they go for here? Because they have set out their sights on a lot of tanky frontliners here. They need a lot of damage. A bursty mates can appear here too.
Am I audible now, Debbie?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, finally. I got it right
Finally.
now. So sorry about that. Yeah, I was talking about the fact that we are gonna see an utility versus assassin kind of jungle, something we have been in a long-standing debate for, right? But the rest of the heroes, though, right? I do like the front-to-back composition coming in from Crux Requiem, but once it comes to the flankability, both Lapu Lapu and the Povius is going to be really important in those team fights, given the fact that they need to just mark the backliners. There's going to be the the mages, right, for Eden as well as for Shenzhou. So I think the game might just revolve around the gold lane a lot more than the mid lane this time around, though.
Yeah.
Because they want to give the room, they want to give the scaling for this hero, right? Both the EXP,
Yep.
they need to just go for the continuous zoning out for the mages so they can get maximum damage output from the marksman. So if that is met, if that condition is met in this game, I think it's gonna be a very, equal game out here, because I don't see too much difference except for the fact that the 1-1 is very difficult to catch, but they have the Hayabusa for that thing, right? So we'll take a watch in the game, but yeah, Land of Dawn, we need to go in for this first game. But what do you think, the drafts though?
It's a very early game kind of draft, I would say, because of course the Granger is there for the late game, but still, if you compare to any other marksman, the Granger and the 1-1 does really well since the start of the mid game. So it's kind of it's gonna be kind of brawly kind of composition for both of these teams, and a lot of damage already onto the hands on the side of 29 Godspeed already. This guy reminds me of the Lancelot, but now that he's on the Hayabusa, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be pretty marking the Eve and the 1-1 pretty much most of the time. So we're gonna have to wait and see what they're gonna be coming up with in this composition.
But while we talk that, this is gonna be the match 1, game 1, best of 3 between Crux Requiem onto the blue side, their opponents Team Maaf onto the red side. The first game already up. We see a Hayabusa versus a Fredrin jungle. So I'm pretty excited to see how this drafts will actually scale, because like you mentioned, the early game is definitely gonna be there a lot more, but I think once the game progresses from the mid to late game, it's gonna be much more interesting, because that's where the main 5v5 are gonna be happening, because in the early game it's just gonna be 4-man rotation, taking your fight, taking the objective and getting back. But again, the Litho is up. Quick clear though from the Fredrin.
Yeah, quick clear, and I think it's a little bit of a help coming out from the Eve as well that made them able to secure that laser Wanderer too. So that's definitely going to be giving them a little bit of a lead. But the thing is, when you are focusing onto the pickup potential coming in from the side of Maaf here, just because of the presence of the Kalea as well as the Hayabusa, they do have a lot of ways to try to go for the pickups and get the momentum into the early phases of this game. But the problem is that for Crux Requiem, they have a lot of tanky frontliners that cannot be bursted down with just one ultimate coming out from you. So this is definitely going to be something that Maaf have a downside with, but a little bit of a rush onto the XP lane side here. That's a lot of damage though.
A lot of damage indeed, and they're forced to recall as well, and this will give them some time to just clear out the jungle, clear out some creeps as well, and probably also deny that level 4 a little bit for this Lapu Lapu, and the turtle is going to be up real soon, right? And I think this is where they can actually get a lot more, map vision as well as map space. But again, look at the dive onto Eden. He's forced to flicker out already, and that's a big resource being burned up. The turtle dance already beginning, and you can see such as life already starting it off, getting down to 50% HP. But your mom is gonna go in for the zone, but I don't think so. Junglers can rotate because a good zoning out coming in from the Lapu Lapu, and he get a double kill too. Look at the backline. Your mom survived for so long with the RWM as well for the Fredrin, but he has to go down, and that's an explosive start for the side of Team Crux. Requiem already.
Yeah, that's a very, very good targeting coming out from 27 here onto the Lapu Lapu. He was able to target onto Godspeed and take him down so very easily, even without him able to go zone in. But oh, your mom?
Oh, your mom. He actually wants to go really aggressive out here on the 3 members. The Lapu Lapu's land shaker does not connect. He's into the previous spider form, but they have to back off because the higher boost as well as the rest of the team will rotate. So they do not want to give any kills right now, right here. So they will just play it a bit defensive, but retreat is the way.
Yeah, retreating is the way of this game so far, but a lot of damage onto the bot lane side. Crisis was able to play so aggressively, but PYZ was able to do something out of it as well, taking him very low first to recall here as well. So that's definitely going to be giving him a little bit of a breathing space and no movement coming out from the side of round 1 that can be a hinder for him too. But oh, Madara?
Oh, he gets the Tsunami Slam as well as the Tunnel card, and he will be just going back to the base. And that's first kill coming in from the side of Team Maaf, and that's a good pick off too, right? Really quick, really fast kill, and that's how you need to play this game if you want to get some quick gold.
Yeah, quick gold, quick movement, quick burst. This is the presence, this is the cursive of the game for the side of Maaf here, because they are more compatible when they want to go for the pickups. And of course, they do have the sustain from your mom too, but they have only one reliable crowd control, and that is the Tsunami Slam. And of course, there's a follow-up to it as well, but that's going to be enemies of the Shadow, and Eden will be able to survive the Lord. The Turtle is going to be up and right there, but oh, bot lane.
Hey, the crossbow of tank being used, but still a lot of sustain onto Madara, right? He is Kalea after all, but that does give them the way to actually go for the turtle. It's still 50-50, but it's called Shenzu actually stealing it away without a retribution. Oh man, both the jungler actually used the retribution, but Shenzu being the MVP out there though.
Senju, man, that was a very perfect deadly grasp on the perfect timing. It does burst out, right? So it can deal a lot of damage too. And yeah, something I'm pretty sure about the retribution is that most of the time we cannot really blame out the jungles as well, because the damage coming through from those mazes that builds out the glowing one does deal a lot of amount of damage from the turtles, or even against, if you compare it to retribution too, it just give out a lot of gain. But now the steal is going to be coming in from the side of Shachi's life, able to steal out the purple buff and real manipulation just for the zone potential. And I'm pretty unsure why it was popped, but I'm sure it's gonna be a safety for Sati's life to survive there if there were any kind of engagement coming out from the side of Maaf. But pretty much quiet game, no resources for the side of Crux Requiem. I don't think they will be taking a fight soon.
But mid lane, a lot of rotation coming in. They might take a fight. The Tsunami Slam onto the Fredrin. Such's life is taken really low, and he will get taken down as well. And it seems like Kimi too will get punished. 2 quick kills coming in once again. 3-4-3 score, but top lane, a 1v1 between 27 as well as 29 Godspeed. So let's see if 29 is better than 27 or not. But hey, he will be retreating back out here. So a quick, sigh of relief. But they get the top tier turret, but that's a lot of value, right? They gave away 2 kills, but a turret for that, definitely worth it.
It was such a good decision for Maaf to go for that fight too, because they know that they do not have the biggest resources they could use on the real manipulation wasn't available, and getting 2 kills. But oh, Lapu Lapu though.
Hey, he's overzealous, but I don't think so. They should be taking a fight right now. Yes, the turtle is gonna be up, but the resources should be there. But once again, your mom versus Kimi. A bit of poke damage, but they will be retreating back. However, the turtle has spawned once again the last neutral objective, right? So who's gonna get it will be the question.
Yeah, the question is definitely out there, but a lot of fights already set in. Madara diving in.
It's diving in. Shenju's gonna take it down. 29 actually gets the turtle. The crossbow of tank activated too. Your mom being shut down by Kimi, and Madara too being punished. The crossbow of tank as well giving the damage, right? Crisis gets no kill so far, but he has to assist the purple buff too. Actually, both secured by 29, so Godspeed will still have that advantage of the buff, but again the mid lane is being pushed up. He cannot clear the wave on time. Can he? No, he does not have the quad shadow anymore, and this might be it. Yes, Eden will take him down, and Shenzu once again being the person to be marked upon. You can see such a life going really aggressive, and this might be too much because he does not have the support from his team. Your mom really chasing him down, but Aiden is doing this really well. But 20, your mom will actually get bursted down. 27. If only he had been there, he could have gotten more kills. But 29, both of them will actually getting punished, right? So still, like the game in the hands of Crux Requiem out here, right?
It's looking like they are calling all the shots here at this point. Even if we focus onto the gold lane, the builds are in. It's actually a crossbow, not what crossbow thing. Windtalker build out, but real manipulation.
Oh, the real manipulation. Also, the tsunami slam onto the back line. Such a life taken low, but the crossbow of tank still not activated. The vengeance is going to be there, but look at the back line. The shadow kill being used. The Hayabusa goes back once again in, but the heal from the revitalized Kimi helping his teammates not to be taken down. So that's once again few of the resources being burned, but no objective on the map, so they have to retreat back. But still, yeah, no kills from that last fight, right?
Yeah, still a very definitely a slow one at that, but I feel like this is where Maaf is gonna be suffering here, because they do not really have the chances to take out the 1-1 also, because there's not a lot of damage coming through from the side of Godspeed. He's been falling down for 2 times already, and even he was denied most of the farms that he required, especially that red buff still coming in from 27 too. So when you are on the Hayabusa, you want to have your builds as fast as possible. You want to be the threat that you are manifesting for, trying to build up, trying to get all those items as well, but he isn't able to do so here. But your mom also very squishy because he's so low in gold.
Oh, but look at 27. He actually goes back in onto the PYZ, but the backline being shattered right now. 27 will fall, but Kimi get the kills onto your mom as well. That's a 1-for-2 trade. Shenzu was taken down as well. He did not have the flicker, but the Lord will be getting secured by the side of Crux Requiem. And like you mentioned, the Hayabusa can't do anything except for the split push because he does not have the farm nor the items at this. But again, such is life. He wants to go a bit aggressive, bit overzealous. He goes inside the base, but is that the right decision? Because PYZ does have the damage, but does not get the final hit. The Tsunami Slam is still available, but no, he does not go for it. But look at 29, he gets the shutdown on such a life. But again, the flicker being forced out of Eden. But was that really required from the side of Team Crux Requiem? They were feeling a bit too full of themselves, but the punishment is definitely going to be there, and this should be a lot pretty much cleared out if they can. But once again, the mid lane being pushed in though.
Yeah, the mid lane is also definitely pushed in, as well as the bottom lane here. A lot of them is already onto the hands of the 1-1. The Crisis is all over the place. He's got 3 items into his kit. Meanwhile, the Grandeur is suffering quite a little bit. But still, he's got a lot of damage if we compare to the hits that he did, the rhapsodies that he landed on such his life. So this is something that Crux Requiem have to be a little bit careful, because even though PYZ has 1 kills, he's still 0 deaths. He's not going to be having the stack on the Sky Piercer, but there's still a threat that he'll be able to come out on top. But never mind, look at that.
Oh, hey, look at that. Eden will get shut down as well. The Tsunami Slam as well as the snipe this time connects out, but the AOG onto the back line will connect on the 3 members, but this might be too much because Kimi does not have enough HP. He will get shut down right now. The members are on the run. The Hayabusa wanted to go in, but look at such a life. He's taking a bit of damage. The poke as well as they mobilize, so he will not be able to further continue that fight. But 2 kills in the favor of Team Maaf, and they are slowly getting that goal back.
Yeah, some mishaps coming in from the side of Crux Requiem. They are losing their discipline, and look at such is life.
Oh no, this is the second time he did that, right? He is, I know he is on a Fredrin, but that is too much for a Fredrin, man. You cannot survive all of that, can you?
Yeah, you definitely can't, especially when PYZ already gotten the Malefic gun. I mean, not the gun, Malefic Roar, as well as the Hunter side, which is a lot of penetration already onto the hands of the Granger. And he got 400 stacks, which is pretty decent, knowing the fact that he was losing out onto the lane as well, but he had died 0 times. So this is definitely going to be giving him a little bit of a movement. But
Madara, he gets another pick off this time too, and they're trying to get a shutdown onto Kimi once again, but look at the backline. It's going to be Madara still going for the flank as well with 20, your mom. But look at the crossbow of time actually connected, but Crisis, can he survive that? It still survived, but the rest of the team actually feels really good. 29 Godspeed almost got that kill, almost, had it not been for such his life. But once again, the waves are crashing and they need to clear it out. Maaf, they do have the Lord advantage too, but will they be able to secure it is going to be the question.
Yeah, they might eventually try to get the priority here. Crux Requiem, they are able to they weren't able to capitalize the goal lead that they have, and now it's actually Maaf catching up to all the goal leads that they were accumulating here. So this lot is gonna be definitely important for the side of for either of the teams here, because whoever got this lot will be having the better time. But AOZ.
AOG on the backline, Madara with the Tsunami Slam, but look at the final hit from 29 Godspeed. He will get a shot down, but Madara too gets traded off for that thing. The crossbow of tanks already activated, but he will not commit that thing. The Lord was a 50-50, but it's gonna be such a life getting that Lord. But PYZ will get one more kill. 29 Godspeed want to go back in, but there's gotta be the Princess Wrath on to 29 Godspeed. He still survives, but not for too long. Such a life is gonna chase him down. Crisis 2, and that's 3 members being taken down from the side of Team Maaf. So the Lord advantage along with the waves. This is looking good for Crux Requiem.
Yeah, this is the best case scenario for them. So it's such his life doing what the thing he does again. But yeah, this time I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a little bit more disciplined, you know. And this is definitely gonna be a good thing right now because 3 kills onto the board already. Ah, look at the dive coming through from such his life again.
Yeah, but the Tsunami Slam is still activated out there. The AOG defensively onto the backline, but there is the Priestess Wrath onto PYZ. He just disappeared. The Lord is not even in the base, but the crossbow tank once again activated. He will get a shot down. Shenzu 2 a bit low of HP, but he will be able to get back out of the zone. But the Lord is still out there. The shadow kill
Shenzu?
out there, but it's not really clearing anything. But Shenzu is still low, but the Curtain Guard is out there. The base is wide open. They're targeting it, and this might be the game. Yes, Crux Requiem gets the first win in this best of 3 series.
Oh my god, that was an amazing movement, amazing combination coming out from the side of Crux Requiem, man. That's why you can throw the game, but you can win it back again. That's what the motto of this game definitely was. Look at the MVP of the day, Crisis onto the 1-1 with 0 deaths already. Even though he wasn't able to get all the kills, he was able to play so well, taken down 0 times, already full build, and this is definitely what you wanna see the 1-1 on. You really do not want to go for the late game, even though they did have a little bit of a miscalculation into the mid part of this game. They were able to come back and what was that last bomb coming in from Sati's life? He was able to get the appraisal stress and melting down, deleting PYZ in his base. There was a lot of damage he took, a lot of damage he dealt back, you know. This guy is I don't know, the appraisal's rest is definitely a vengeance, you know. You gave away the amount of damage you took to. Okay, this is such a good game coming in from both of these teams as well. Maaf, I feel like they have a little bit of an issue with the way they were executing the heroes as well. You know, it could have been better if Hayabusa was able to get a pick off on Crisis most of the time, but it was just a good game, well played by the side of Crux Requiem, much more than what the mistakes were coming out from the side of Maaf.
Definitely, I think Maaf, they definitely had a game plan in their head, but the way it went in the execution, I think Team Crux Requiem, they were able to just kite much better those team fights, right? They were able to pay out a lot
Yeah.
of skills, especially when they were able to get your mom really deep into their own side of the jungle or own side of the map, and that's when they were picking him off, right? And after that, they only had the Kalea who could soak in the damage, and rest of them are all damage dealers, right? Shenzu always had to force his flicker every time 27 went in with his bravest fighter, right? And they also had a very good high ground with the Eve, because the Eve continuous damage, right? DPS, continuous DPS is gonna be there 24/7 as long as the real world manipulation is there. But even if it's end,
Yeah.
there are the skills, right? It's gonna deal massive damage if you're sticking together. So I feel they need to just get the prior targets properly for the next match. Maybe
Yeah.
ban out the 1-1. You should not give that hero because it's very difficult to catch the 1-1 in the late game, especially. In the early game you can pick him
Yeah.
off, but again, the way he was protected was so well, and like you mentioned, the positioning too, right? So well placed. Overall, all that thing adding up really made things pretty much easier for this 1-1 to deal damage and also carry that game on his back.
Yeah, that was definitely it also. But yeah, of course, the Crisis was able to do so much more onto the gold lane side as well. But I want to assign a little bit of a light onto 27 as well, because most of the time, if you see the team fights, he was the one actually stopping 4 members on the way. He's not sending the bad guys to deal the damage onto the front lines onto his team most of the time. And of course, your mom was trying to do that thing too. But the thing is, the Lapu-Lapu was too much of a factor to handle, because even at one point, even they were trying to secure onto this turtle and trying to contest onto this objective most of the time, Lapu-Lapu was there trying to get a kill onto the Hayabusa most of the time, and there's no way he was sending them, and he's just joining out Senju, he's just joining out PYZ, and of course even Mr. Godspeed, there was a godly Hayabusa user, but still, he wasn't able to find ways or opening for this just because of that one person, that one hero. So, like you already mentioned, this time around, Maaf have the first pick, but if they are willing to go for the 1-1, they should first pick it, or they should ban it away. So, let's see what they can do with this first pick right now. Oh, it's gone again. It's gone. It's gone again. So this is it's not a signature. It's not a stop language, guys. You have a problem with the mic too. But yeah, never mind, because we're gonna be fixing it, because right now we see that Maaf are the one actually banning out the Farsa again the second time around. They do not really want to let go of the Farsa or pick it away from themselves too, because there's always a chance that Crux will be going for a counter for the first side when they go for the first pick. So very understandable, and especially against Eden, you really want to take away his hero. But now onto the other side, the Crux, they are the one actually banning away the Yi Sin, which is what they usually do. They ban away the Yi Sin onto the red side, and or maybe they also use to ban the CC, but I'm pretty sure they will be banning a different hero this time around, because the CC cannot be that much of a threat, because they are onto the red side. The CC is still highly valid for first pick too, but I do think they have ways to try to counter it. But the Baxia ban will be appearing for the side of Maaf. Are you back?
I hope so. I'm back, right? You can hear me?
Yeah, you're back. That's
okay. I'm so glad I'm back. I had so much to say, I always have so much to say. I'm a yap. Just kidding.
Yeah.
So yeah, the bans still being the same, right? For Parsa as well as the YSS, the Eastern Chain as well as the Baxia. We saw this bans in the last game as well. So what will be the new additions to this bans is not the question. The land slot is still open. Either of the team can pick it, right? The land slot is still a good hero. Apart from that, I would say, again, the 1-1 still, right? The 1-1 is a hero. I would say this recently happened during most of the ranked picks, where the teams do like to, go for that, an insurance in the late game, and also a very good hero with a very good survivability, right? The 1-1 can survive a lot of damage, a lot of CC as well. So that's why, but again, the Zushin still being the standard ban from these teams. So neither of the team, they want to give that, mid lane prior to either of them, whether it is for Shenzhou, whether it is for Eden, both of them have been, banning out these heroes for sure.
Yeah, and it's still very understandable that they have to ban away the Zushin too. You did not really want to give away the mid lane, like you already mentioned, because this is a kind of a meta where you do not really want to go for the late game kind of mazes. You want to have that mid priority first and play around the center of the map, and yeah, get alongside with it too. But yeah, of course, Maaf have to respect out that 1-1 here. Even if they do not want to pick it, they have to ban it away, because the way they were trying to counter the 1-1 wasn't really working out well for them. Even the Hayabusa wasn't enough, because the 1-1 was also banned, but the Lancelot ban coming through. Of course, you have to ban out the Lancelot, because last night Godspeed onto the Lancelot was such an amazing player, but he wasn't able to get the win. But it was a very long game. He was able to play it so well. I will have to see him again on this hero. But even Crux know that they cannot give him the Lancelot this time around. So what are the first pick that is valid here? Even Madara can still go for the Kalea, but can he? Okay, there we go. Kalea, right there.
I think the Kalea still works, given the fact that the pick-off is the game style for the side of Team Maaf, right? They want to go for the quick pick-off, like we mentioned the last game, right? The quick pick-off, quick burst, and quick rotation. So I think that does take the boxes for them, and also take it one more advantage, that is the healing from this, right? Get a quick heal with the skills, right? So I think that does give a lot of utility to one hero. But once again, the Batang, a very standard pick that I've seen from the side of team, Crux Requiem when they played under the banner of Heartless, right? So I feel that as a hero, they will go anytime they want to, just go for their comfort heroes or comfort trap. But the Kadita, this is where I think things will gonna change, because this is another hero that is actually capable of bursting down any hero that comes through his way. And the CC this time open, quick ball for the side of Team Maaf, he picked up.
I kind of feel like Crux Requiem are actually forcing Maaf to go for the utility, man, because when you see a Kadita, it's not really good to go an assassin. The Lancelot was the second best option to go for the first best option. The best option, to go when you see a Kadita into the mid lane, but they ban it away. So I feel like Crux Requiem are just kind of forcing Maaf to go for the utility, because if they go for the assassin still, it's gonna be very risky to go assassin against the Kadita here. So it's very tricky. It's a very good of them to even try to bait it away, but the very early Harriet's coming through from the side of Maaf. This is more of a comfort pick, I would say, coming through for Maaf. But now that the Hayabusa is already into the hands of Crux Requiem, this is very tricky.
You know what? I just felt like they were baiting a Phobius out here, right? Anytime you see Harriet, you want to go for the Phobius, right? And then there's a counter for the Phobius out there. So they were checking if Crux Requiem actually go for the Phobius, but they actually not played into their hands. They went for the Hayabusa instead, which is actually a good hero. But I don't see, except for the Harriet, he can actually pick off anyone really quickly. But then again, the Harriet has a lot of survivability with the dashes, right? And one of the good counters for the Hayabusa is the Shield, because he can immune the shadow kill as well. So right now, I think it's going to be more bans onto the jungle or the hyper role on the side of Team Requiem, whereas Maaf, they will definitely narrow down the EXP a lot.
A lot, because I feel like 27 is one of the main setter of the side of Crux Requiem here, because of course there's Kimmy, but Kimmy plays as a follow-up or a disengager most of the time, and it's 27 who does all the starting or all the initiations given whatever heroes he's onto. So I feel like it's very understandable that Maaf also read that out and tried to narrow down all of those enabler for the side of Crux Requiem too. But the bans coming through from the side of Maaf, I mean not Maaf, Crux Requiem, they banned away the Selena, which is very interesting. They are trying to narrow down the choices of the utility into the mage for Maaf here, because they already have a lot of damage into the hands of the Harris with the magic damage, but they're going to be needing a little bit more physical into the jungle. If they go for the utility here, it could be good, but I still feel like Crux Requiem have these in the bag, man, because they were trying to force a lot of heroes onto the hands of Maaf and try to counter it out. But the last man's coming through from the side of Maaf is actually very understandable. They never let go of this Moskov.
I do understand the idea of the Moscow, but I think they should have banned the Phobius out here. Maybe I was gonna say, and that is the problem, right? The Phobius being there, when I said they should be banning out more EXP, I also meant Phobius. Lapu is definitely a target ban, but the Phobius as well should have been, man. Because this also, again, like you mentioned, will force them to go for a utility-based jungle. This might force out a Kai perhaps, or maybe some kind of jungle. Maybe a CC, not a CC, a Joy. I don't know. The Joy does not sound so good to me, but Novaria, I'm still a bit skeptical, but she does have the survivability, because she can actually negate that ultimate coming in from the Hayabusa as well as the Kadita, because she can give the vision first of all, and yes, the Kai it has to be, because you do not have any other options to go for out here if you want to go for the utility. So I feel this was a well placed draft coming in from the side of Team Crux Requiem, and also I think they should have once again banned that Phobius, because this Phobius is going to be the problem to the Harith, and he is going to be the main damage dealer once you go to the late game. So a bit difficult if you ask me.
Actually, it's kind of good that Maaf actually took away the CC very early on so as to try to counter the 4 waves coming through. So maybe that's the reason why they did not ban the 4 waves, knowing fully well that the CC can be used as a counter. But the thing is, the 4 waves does lean well against the CC if played these cards right. But onto the team fights, most of the time you're going to be seeing the 4 waves have much more value than the CC. The CC is more of a distractor for the bad clients most of the time, trying to take out the damage, trying to deal a lot of damage for the squishy ones and not send them onto those team fights. And 4 waves is more of a hero that can go all in. You go all in, there's no way out. And this is what the playstyle of Crux is going to be, because they have a continuous damage already with the last pick that they had onto the hands of Crisis. Again, the Clot. I like that Clot here. It's very to see a Clot here, because he can also bring out the Purify, and there's nothing the Kalea can do about it here. But yeah, there's a lot of sets coming through for the side of Crux. Maaf, they have to play this so well. They have to be very decisive.
Yeah, this time, I just felt like the entire idea behind their draft completely switched around, right? Right now, Crux Requiem is more about pick off and just, get a quick burst, whereas Maaf is more about the utility or, the more front to back in this draft, because I don't see the burst, even if the Kalea catch somebody who is gonna burst the member down. If the Harith is not there, I don't see too much damage from the, the Novaria for sure, but they can prove me wrong for sure. But again, we will be heading into the second match in this game between Maaf versus Crux Requiem, where Crux Requiem do have the match point. If they win here, they are moving to, they're getting the points, whereas Team Maaf, if they win, we'll be going into the third game. But again, the early game rotation is gonna make things a lot more interesting out here for sure, Debbie.
Yeah, this is a fist by fist. I'm joking. It's not a fist by fist. That's a tail and a fist fighting into the room position here. Look at that. There's a lot of damage already from Kimmy here. Oh.
The little though
Never mind.
went. But the fight's actually being. I mean, I didn't expect to see this much aggression in the early minute of the game. But still, the roamers really being, just back and forth with each other. But I don't think so. They want to continue this charade for too long. They just want to play it safe. They need their rotation onto the goal lane a lot more, because this Harith cannot actually, do too much if he does not get the vision, because he is very prone to getting picked off by the Hayabusa. You can see already making the way to the top lane, and there is no information about that whatsoever.
Yeah, that's very good for Crux to be focusing onto the gold lane much more. The Shadow might land, and there we go.
And there we go. Like you mentioned, the first blood already touches life, and this is what happens when you don't have the information. Your goal lane is never secured, and you need to prioritize your goal lane, because you're against a Clot, and this hero scales like a scary much. But again, this actually goes in with a heavy spin onto Crisis, and this time, say hasta la vista. So Shenzhou will get both the kills onto the goal lane just 2 minutes into the game, and the turtle has already spawned. So Shenzhou, he is still trying to rotate, but the vision is not really there. Kimmy is still trying to zone Madara, but look at your mom with the curtain call, as well as the Yu-Yu Blaze. But Kimmy, taken really low, does not have enough damage or set potential yet so far. But again, your mom is actually trying good. He's trying to zone the member out along with Madara, but here goes Eden with the rough waves, getting a kill secure onto Madara, but they're still trying to force it out. Your mom taking a bit low. Kimmy also getting that stuns continuously, and Shenzhou will also, not Shenzhou actually, 29 Godspeed will actually get taken down. Your mom too, and Kimmy getting that kill as well. So, really aggressive from both the teams, but like we mentioned, the damage is still high from the side of Team Crux Requiem.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be giving them all the leads in the world, because now the Hayabusa is farmed up, man. One kill already onto his hand, and another turtle. This is going to be actually a good start for the side of Crux Requiem as well. And maybe we might be seeing another one here again, because there's a lot of gathering onto the bot lane. This is actually the XP side, where you would think it was a gold lane side. But yeah, first build for the side of Sachi's life is gonna have to be the Hunter Strike, right? Because he wanna deal out the damage and have the movement speed as well, so he can go for that too. But there's a lot of choices that he could go for. He can even go for the Sky Piece if the snowball is right. But we'll never know because this is also an Akai. You cannot really burst him down very easily. But never mind.
But never mind, Chenzo can be bursted down, right? Almost on the verge of being taken down. Mother actually goes in to just give a little peel, but there's no damage dealer. 29 Godspeed is still trying to just clear the jungle out, but I don't think so there's going to be any follow-up. Kim is trying to open up the map, giving the vision, trying to cut down the rotation, but it seems like all the members from both the teams want to gather around the mid lane because there's a party that is about to happen. No, I don't think so because they are retreating for now.
You know, I kind of like the Badang coming through from the side of Crux, especially into the hands of the Kimi, because he is able to use it so well. You have the map prior, but Flicker.
Oh, Flicker Tsunami Slam, and he still survived because that's the Kadita, you know. You cannot burst it down so easily with the passive and all, but again, Shadow Kill as well as the rest of the member going in with the Blazing Duet. Crisis is dealing a lot of damage. 2 members have been taken down already, but no trade whatsoever. Shenzu already zoned out. Your mom forced to recall, but hey, Kim is saying not today. You cannot recall either, nor can you survive maybe, but again, PYZ is still going in with the Zaman Force, but for how long can he survive? His slither of HP away from being taken down, and Kimi is out there to get the final hit, and that's another kill in the favor of Crux Requiem as they get a bit of gold, and also the turtle is up, but the fight does not stop out there, does it? Because Such's life is taken low. They're dealing with the damage. 27 is actually going in with the Infernal Pursuit, but there's no fall of damage. There is going to be the Astral Recall to give the Astral Echo actually giving the damage, but the zoning out is definitely there, but there is no vision onto Such's life. The Hayabusa is still cheeky. It's the 50-50 for this turtle. Let's see who's gonna get it. It's gonna be East to Such's life actually getting the retribution, and 29 Godspeed being shut down. There's gonna be the Tsunami Slam, but not to any avail. He will taken down. 27 actually gets a double kill. Shenzu's running for the hills, and that's how the second turtle fight will end out here, giving the lead to Crux Requiem.
Yeah, they are having all the leads, but the only compensation that they could find is giving PYZ the bottom lane minions, but he will not be able to push onto the turrets as well because there's a lot of fast movement coming in from the side of Maaf, and they'll be able to reach on time, and he got to be in the problem if played well. So no item just yet onto the hands of PYZ, which is definitely going to be dire. They can do nothing about it. Look at the way interaction coming out from both of the roamers. Kimi popping out the face crack so as to not get ulted on, but that's going to be a one ultimate wasted for the side of Crux Requiem. But still, back to the point though, only the Sterling sight onto the hands of PYZ, which is not going to be enough.
Yeah, once again, there's a Tsunami Slam. Also, the heavy spin locking down Kimi, and he will get shut down. There's going to be the Infernal Pursuit being used. Zaman Force cancelled out. He's forced to zone out, but look at it, and he actually wanted to go in. A bit stunned, but there is a rough wave just to survive for the good. And again, 27 still tanking the front line, but for whom? There's no one, but look at the sustain this time. A little bit too much for him this time. It seems like there's going to be a shutdown with the Shadow Kill onto Madara. So 1-for-1 trade. But once again, the fight has been continuously in the favor of Team Crux Requiem with the goal lead that they have, and they also get the turret down board, so a lot of advantage for sure. 4-11 is the score, just 7 minutes into the game. But look at the mid lane, your mom taking a bit of damage. There's going to be the Astral Echo giving the vision, but can he get the shutdown? No, that was a close one, but Kimi still survives. But the last turtle is just 9 seconds away.
Yeah, 9 seconds away, and look at the position for coming on from Sachi's life. He might be able to get that. Oh,
he
never
might
mind.
be, but oh no, he won't. But the turtle is definitely up, and he's trying to get it for themselves.
Yeah, this is a discipline we were talking about, right? This is such a good discipline coming on when he's on the assassin, but oh man, look at that.
Oh, 29 Godspeed with the steal, but Eden with the shutdown onto your mom. This the snipe connects, but the Shadow Kill dealing a lot of damage. Such's life will get a shutdown on 29 Godspeed. Madara onto the run, but can he run? Yes, so much, but the Tsunami Slam is not gonna do much because eventually he will get shut down. The mid lane is wide open for Crisis to take. And also the purple buff wide open for Such's life. So I think the second tier 2 does not seems to stand for too long, and this is a lot of advantage. I say lot of advantage for the side of Team Crux Requiem so far.
Yeah, and items as well because Sati's Life already gotten the BOD, which is a very very expensive item, and this means that even Senju is not gonna be safe. Even your mom is not gonna be safe because he does not have the required defense item that can make him sustain that amount of damage coming through from the side of Sati's Life, and this is gonna be very dire for them because there's no way they will be able to penetrate through 27 or even Kimi because he's already gotten the Oracle, which means he's gonna be able to have a lot of skills. And yeah, Senju's he's gonna be needing the glowing one very very soon because that's very required. But a little bit of a movement coming in. Skirmishes.
Skirmishes down board, the tsunami slam as well as the heavy spin bringing down 27 out of the turret, but he still survives. The summon force drop too, but there's a lot of damage on the Kimi. He might not survive for too long. Yes, double kill for PYZ. Look at the backline. This is gonna be Crisis with the blazing duet, dealing a lot of damage and get a shot down too, but Eden will get shot down from PYZ. But Such is Life getting a double kill already, and that's gonna be 3 for 3 trades so far for both the teams. No clear victory yet, but the advantage is still there for Shenzhou. Still trying to run. Such is Life is eyeing onto him, but can he get the range? No, he cannot. But your mom is back to defend that lane, and he will have to just get out with the quad shadow just for the safety.
Yeah, there's no answer whatsoever from the side of Maaf to take down these Hayabusa. Such is Life is living the time of his life. They're getting all the lot of damage, and of course, with the BOD already built away, he is able to chunk out the defenses of these. Akai as well. Godspeed isn't able to do anything about it, even though he tried to tank out the damage or soak in. It's just too much. Oh, look at that though. That's a weak one, but heavy spin still used.
Heavy pin used, but can he survive? No. 27 gets a shut down onto him. Your mom trying to deal appeal damage for his team just to zone him out. And yes, that's a 1-for-0 trade with the law in the favor of Crux Requiem. Things are looking dire for Team Maaf. How will they defend out here is going to be the question.
Yeah, that's a very weird question as well. I mean, we're gonna be having a very weird answer too because it's like there's no way Maaf will be able to come back from this goal already accumulated by the side of Crux Requiem. 0 turrets down, and meanwhile theirs is the 3 inhibitors are the only thing left. But never mind, look at that.
Never mind, Kimi is going to be saying never mind to himself because he gets shut down. 27-2, really getting a lot of damage. PYZ finally getting the power spike. He gets a double kill, but the blazing duet, Crisis with a double kill. Might look for a triple, but look at the backline. There's a triple kill already with the shadow kill getting a godlike onto Shensu. The base is wide open. And Madara against 3 members of Team Crux Requiem. It's not going to happen because the law too for their favor, and it's gonna be a clean sweep in the favor of Team Crux Requiem as they get the point 2-0 without a sweat.
Without a sweat is the game. A lot of momentum already built up from the start of the draft. We could see that Crux Requiem, they have the better setup, they have the better damage as well, and you do not really want to give away the snowball onto the hands of the Hayabusa because look at him, man. He's got 7 kills, 0 deaths in a tournament like this against Maaf. There was 0 answer for this Hayabusa pick coming through. The Akai wasn't able to do anything into the early game because on an Akai, you want to have that early game momentum. You want to have those damage defense items onto your hands so that you'll be able to get the tankiness coming in and soak out this damage coming through from the side of Crux Requiem and give away for your team to drive through. But they weren't able to do so because there was a lot of momentum already made and built up by Crux Requiem. And it was also actually very weird to see that Maaf were the one who has been consistently trying to get into the team fights when they are actually behind. And giving a lot of kills already onto the hands of Sachi's Life is just that was stopping them from too much. But yeah, even though they got a lot of kills onto the hands of Sachi's Life, the damage is more onto the hands of 27 as well as Crisis. This is such a this just means that, you know, all the teams, all of the players here are playing their cards very right, and they were able to synergize so well, and Maaf couldn't do anything about it.
They couldn't do anything about it, and they couldn't even touch the turrets from the side of Team Crux Requiem, right? You know, see, 0 turret damage, and you know that is the problem when you don't have a early game damage. And like we mentioned, right, the Harris
Yeah.
gonna struggle a little bit against the Fovias, despite them having that, CC. It was not nearly enough, right? We saw how it turned out.
True.
There was so much sustain coming in from that Fovias. 27 did so well, I would say, zoning that member out. And early game, the Harith was 0-2, and that's not a good start
Zero
at
two.
all for a Harith. So I would say, draft wise, we already talked about it in the drafting stage, right? It was a bit of
Yeah.
lacking in the firepower, so that kind of showed once we head into that game. So maybe a
It
little
was
bit early game.
yeah, that was. I think it's a different Maaf that we are seeing today. It's not the Maaf that we saw yesterday. But I hope they can they can come back from this, because I know that the top dog teams, they are also so good. There's no one who's much better. There's no one who's lesser in the gameplays. It just comes down to how well you execute on that day itself, because all of these people, all of these players are all skillful, and Crux also, they were able to finally find their momentum, because into the first day they weren't able to find the win, but they were able to play their cards right. Their synergy moved in, and they were able to finally find their footing, and this shows that they are no different from the Tartarus, right? They are still a good team. So even with the new names, the players hasn't changed, and yeah, I feel like my favorite for today has to be 27 Man. This guy's been doing so much.
Definitely, I feel when Kimi is actually very good with the set potential. 27 is
Yeah.
so good with the flanks, with the with the way he can bait out the skills, bait out the spells, right? So I think that gives so much advantage for Kimi to just simply go in and give the sets, right? And
That's one.
rest of the team, they just have to follow up simply. We saw Crisis had nobody to mark him. Every time he goes in with the blazing duet, he could just deal free damage out there. And what can you do? How will you stop that Claude if you don't have that heavy spin? If you don't have that, even the tsunami slam, because it was always
Yeah.
used just to use defensively to survive from Madara. So I think it was such a well played, timing of the skills for the side of team Crux Requiem. And Maaf, they need to be a little bit wary about the fact how they draft and how they, you know, kind of, estimate their opponents in a way that they can, know where and when to use the skills properly. So they do not actually go for too quick uses of the skills or too quick uses of the, the spells at the same time, right? So they need to be very, very
Yeah.
ahead. I would say.
The thing is, it's so unfortunate that we are seeing only 2 games for this for today, for the day 3. But the next game, we also have 2 more games going on, 2 more best of 3s, and one of the team's favorite. One of India's favorite team, LCF, will be joining here. Actually, this is their first time appearing in War Drum. Yeah, they already played, but yeah, in War Drums in general, this is their first season here, and they are doing very, very good. And of course, they are going to be going against the previous Nerd 2.0 champions, the defending champion. Of course, it is Zohunt they are going to be facing up against, and we will be seeing new talents coming in. It's not going to be me and Sindhu anymore. We're going to be signing off, but yeah, you're going to be seeing 2 casters here. It's going to be a very, very great action and showdown, and stay tuned to watch how these 2 teams are playing together. And of course, there are a lot of fans out there, I know, for LCF and Zohan. I can see you in the chat most of the time. So yeah, we'll be going off, and now we'll be taking a break, but it's not going to be long, so stay in the chat and wait for it. Goodbye.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion!
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? Who serves the light while working in the dark?
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion!
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion!
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion!
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion!
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion!
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging blast!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, of course, Northeast Underdogs Tournament 3.0, Season 3, if you would like to call it. And this is, of course, brought to you by one and only War Drum Games and Vista. And we're going to be going into the third match of this evening, which is, of course, a best-of-3 series. This is the round-robin series, after all, right? And we're going to be witnessing the side of IGN playing against... Oh, no, not sorry, IGN. What am I saying? LCF versus Zohunt. The sides have been switched. There's a slight bit of error, but it's all good. Why am I disappearing, kind of? But yeah, it's going to be Lakshmi Chin Fun versus Zohunt, and it's going to be a clash of two champions. One champion that is from LAN, and a previous champion of Nerd 2.0. So it's going to be an interesting one. And to join me in this game, it's going to be, of course, my homie here, Shinryu. And now, of course, myself, I'm Ray, and I'm joined by Shinryu over here. Yo, what's up, Shinryu? It's nice to have you back. And one thing you want to see, my Superman is transparent, so I can bring Zushin inside of her.
Wow. That's
I can bring
crazy,
Zushin.
man.
I can
You know,
bring
like-
Zushin inside.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're also disappearing. I don't know if you are the Superman or it's just a symbol at this point, but I mean, it is what it is at this point, right? But again, the champions, right? The battle between the two champions, I am really, really looking forward to see this because
Yeah, contending
feel-
champions, yeah.
because LCF have been the talk of the entire community at this point, right?
Absolutely.
Wherever you visit, you hear like LCF this, LCF that, they defeated this team. Overrated, no, but they deserve the glory, right? Because they are performing well after a long
Absolutely,
time, after a long standing, struggle, and also I would say discipline that they have shown after throughout this time period. So that's a really good thing. But again, we cannot forget our last season's champion team, Zohunt, right?
Yeah,
One of the
absolutely.
team that have been consistently playing from the side of they represent the Mizoram state in a way, but they are not just limited to that state, right? Their fans are all across India. So I'm really looking forward to see this match and also this matchup too. So whom are you betting your coins on?
I mean, most of the time, both of these teams I'm actually really good friends with. Dusty is really, I mean, he's a massive chill dude. And of course, LCF, one of the best for a reason. And I mean, I'm just going to say LCF for the sakes of it. you can choose Zohunt. Dusty, don't mind me, buddy. I will support you next time, for sure. I have to do a 50-50, man. Come on. I mean, actually, like all the 8 teams in the, obviously, the top dogs, all of them deserve to be in the spots. But yeah, the other teams also would deserve, and we'd love to see more teams coming in. But for now, we have to focus on what's on present. And that is going to be Lakshmi Chit Fun versus Zohunt into this best of 3 series round robin matchup. And of course, round robin means that every team is playing against each other. So the point system will be mattering who's going to go into the top 4. And that's where the playoffs will happen. And I know a lot of people are definitely just waiting for the playoff to happen because that's when we'll get the chance to do like the most, what do you say? I mean, teams can actually show the best of the best. I'm not saying they're not showing it right now because, of course, they have to if they want to make it. But playoffs is where the fun is definitely going to be because it's where the risks are tripled because you win, you move towards the next round closer to that 50,000 cash prize. And at the same time, going so far and losing is also the most heartbreak you can receive. So yeah, I think that's where the emotions are going to be shining the most, Shinryu.
I think, like you mentioned, the points are going to matter. So neither of the team would want to just, lose points for just the sake of it, right? Just for having trolling or for having fun. But again, at the same time, fun is the name of the game, right? If there is no fun, then why are we playing the game? So, what brings fun
Moba
to this game
Legends,
is
fun be fun.
yeah, fun be fun, right? So what brings fun to us casters is seeing good drops, good execution, and also good gameplays, right? That's where we get most excited about. So let's see if your favorite character Zushin is gonna make a way, or is it gonna be my favorite hero YS is actually gonna be there. Hey, I'm not a just like how Ray's waifu is Zushin. My husbando is not
Then
YS. Please don't go that way. Don't put that logic. Look at that man! Look at that man! He just popped out a Zushin out of nowhere. But hey, apart from that, this is the best of three, right, Ray? So
Yeah, I can
man,
hold her with
he,
me.
yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Leaving that aside, you guys can just watch Ray along with the Zushin. Really good couple, but
You,
yeah,
you,
they
you
are not
know,
the top.
I'm like connecting, just like Thanos in Infinity War, I'm
Mhm.
collecting Zushins. I got the 2D one behind me, I have the 3D one beside me, and now for the real life. Yeah, gotta go for the real
Yes,
life pretty soon. Yeah, we'll have to get that one, and then my collection will be done. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm speechless, but okay. Let's talk about the game. Back to the game we go, guys. But yeah, Ray
I'm
and
waiting for
Zushin
the
are
draft. I'm
inseparable.
waiting for the draft. That's why I'm just
Same.
stalling with different topics. I'm just waiting into
I know.
draft happening because lately the meta is a little bit weird, especially with a few buffed heroes that are onto the table. We've gotten the rubies inclusion a little bit. We've also had few other heroes rising to the scene. We've seen a few heroes fall down, of course. Grok is still banned,
Mm.
ladies and gentlemen, for the first week. Basically, the round robin stage. We're going to be most likely seeing the Grok being open in the playoff stages. We will make sure to confirm you if it is. And of course, the flashy. I do think Grok is less flashy and a little bit more overpowered with like what they have buffed him to. He's really become a rock giant that he is right now.
Yep. And partly the reason because the teams or even the players themselves are not used to the mechanics of this new Grok, right? How will they counter it? How will they play against it, or how will they play with it? So I think it's a good way for the teams to actually prepare themselves with this new hero. Not new hero, but the revamp hero to just be more lethal or more productive in their
Mhm.
lineup. But again, without that hero though, there's so many other 129 heroes that are actually open, right? And every one of them might not be used. The Zushin is moving, I can just see that. But anyway, that all the 129 heroes might not be used, but at least the top 50 heroes, they're always viable, an option for the teams, right? So I'm more willing to see the matchup into the exp lane and also the gold lane than the mid lane matchup, because I think the side lanes are
Absolutely.
most of the forgotten, but that's where the games will get carried, right? And both the teams have
Absolutely.
some phenomenal talent onto those exp and gold lane, so not
Mhm.
overshadowing, not undershadowing any player, but still, I think those people need some spotlight at the same time, though.
Absolutely. And nice to have you, Shindu. Finally, at 10 p.m. Usually I'm always accompanied by Fredo, but tonight I'm accompanied by you. So a little bit of a change of pace. But let's go. We're going to be going into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and we're going to be seeing what strategies they have cooked up this time. Zohunt, the both of these teams actually like to cook something new, like a new broth, you might say. Like they want to mix the things together and bring us something new. Hey, my Zushin just went from left to right. What is this? Production. Do you switch sides like this? Do let me know, because I'll have to make sure that she stays on the right side because she's always right. But yeah, LCF will get the first pick, so they do have an advantage with. I've been seeing lately a lot of EXP lane first pick, so it does help that they have Anti, one of the strong points of their team, who is also doing their draft. But not to mention Mr. Error, the Hindi one, Error Cut Error. But yeah, overall, I do think their draft should be a little bit more meta-oriented, and Zohan might go for a little bit of a creative approach, because I do think Zohan excels at making something new on the canvas, yet making it work. But it is LCF we're talking about. Let's see what's going to happen. First pick and first few bans are kicking in. Any predictions from either of this side, Shin?
Like you mentioned, the EXP is gonna be the point of contention, right? Especially for teams like LCF, they want to go for heroes like I think Anti is one of those players who really like to spam that Esmeralda, the hell out of that hero, just like how you like to spam the Zushin. He is spamming that Esmeralda every time. But apart from that, I think one of the heroes which is still at the meta level again at the same time, like you mentioned, the rubies popping up, but the CC has been something that most of these teams do like to go
Yep.
for, even as a first pick, right? Because the utility jungle is one way for a lot of teams to actually play, and that's where they want to counter that utility with the shred damage that is not shred, but the overtime damage that the CC can give with the war axe, the true damage, of course. And even the utility of this hero is really good, because you can lock two members down and they cannot run. If they want to run separately, they cannot. If they want to run to the same side, good luck surviving that. But again, looking at the ban, CC being in the banning section is a good choice.
Just like you mentioned,
The
maybe
Uranus
first hit. Maybe you
I'm
cursed it.
definitely good. Yep. Everything coming out of my mouth is a curse at this point. So yeah, the
Damn.
Uranus Arxia at this
Bros
point.
Gojo.
I think no, I'm the dude. I'm the dude who actually does not speak much because when I speak, it gets bad.
Oh
But
yeah. I forgot his name. I forgot the character's
me
name.
too.
But yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I can just say the names of food items or food items actually at this point. So that's not how this game gonna be. But Baxi along with the Uranus, I think standard bans at this point. But
Yeah,
I want
absolutely.
to see that YSS or the Lancelot in the banning section too, though.
Yeah, actually, good pointer. I have, with the, I mean, it's been a while since we've casted it in, and obviously, it's been a while since the patch notes and stuff have dropped. So, I mean, you can play rank and stuff, but it's so much different in tournament scene. Not to mention, it's very different from MSC and Indian region subcontinent meta as well, right? So because of it, I sometimes forget which bands are priority here, which bands are priority on the international stage. But yeah, here, Lancelot and Yushin should actually make a lot more sense, but they do go with the Hayabusa band, which I understand, considering Sarar Moon, who has a new name right now, Moji here, is one of those people that can utilize the Hayabusa insanely well. And there we go, your husbando is onto the screen, and you're
Crazy.
funny enough, you instead of husbando, because that's a Japanese thing, right? Waifu husbando, it's a Western Japanese thing, if that makes sense. Yushin is Korean, so you can technically call him the thing like oppa, is it?
No, hey, he's not my anything. He's just one of my favorite heroes. So let's not go to that road.
I actually
let's
like
not go.
him too. Even before the revamp, he's one of those heroes that is kind of fun to play because you're just farming and boom, suddenly 800 damage, crit rate to the face with that bow and arrow.
The main factor for like why I like this hero is because of the mechanics that is required. Not many people actually use this hero, but another hero with a very good mechanics that is required is gonna be the Arlot, right? And I'll let you speak for this one.
Yeah. I have to hold myself back just so I don't destroy the mic. But yeah, I'm so happy. Right now on the screen, that's 3 Zushins, guys. We are going into the Zushin verse. And my video might be delaying for a little bit, but I do not care. I must have this massive, really big. I mean, the size is not big, but the file size is massive. It's like huge. It's bigger than GTA. I'm not kidding. It's massive. But yeah, Zushin pick from the hands of Zohunt. It's looking good for one and looking bad for one. First of all, Zushin is good for. Oh, there we go. She's into the right side. Thank you, production. She's always right. But yeah, jokes aside, thing that I'm concerned about is Yushin is immune. He can easily dodge out the Lantern Flare, and especially after the nerfs, after Zushin can only pull up 2 times. That's the max. After that, she will go into a low mana reserve, and when that happens, you're basically kind of vulnerable when your mana is regenerating. You cannot pull anyone up. Yushin can waste that one pickoff, right? So you're left with only one, which this is a thing actually. These micro things can create big impacts because if you're not able to disable the jungler so fast, you are gonna get bursted out because at the end of the day, you're a mage too, unless you're trying to go for a little bit of a tanky Yushin, which is not optimal, right? So that is a thing that they should definitely consider. Positive thing, there's a Hylos easily can pick up and throw. But there's the Zetian coming in, gonna be providing the vision and utility, and loving the fact that LCF is trying to experiment with the Zetian, because lately I haven't seen the Zetian like that much, but right now they have 2 global visions. So that's basically easy map hacks right into the map. But hey, just like you mentioned, there is the Lancelot though. So we're gonna be seeing the battle of these 2 amazing junglers, top contenders, and the Phobius ban was coming. It was brightest day, like easy. We can have seen it coming, considering the fact that they're basically flexing 2 dash heroes.
What's more interesting is the fact with the YSS hyper, you can actually go for 2 fighters in the site, right? You can actually skip the goal lane with a without a marksman, because the YSS is always there, and the Ruby is a really good substitute for that, right? The Ruby goal lane is still viable. You mentioned the Ruby actually popping off mostly in the goal lane due to the YSS hyper being available. So this 2 hero has a direct correlation with one another. But what other options if not the Ruby onto the goal lane? So do they go for 2 marksmen, because that would be a lot of resources and a lot of peeling required for these heroes, right? They have to kite the fight so much. And the bans, goal-centric bans coming in from the side of Team LCF definitely makes sense. And for Zohunt, it should be banning the EXP a bit more, but this does open up the Lapu Lapu, the Esmeralda, and even a few more of the picks that can be a problematic picks for the side of Team Zohunt, because the Hylos can still go to the EXP lane. That is not their roamer yet so far confirmed, right? So the Kufra can be a very good counter, or maybe a suppress kill hero. So yeah, the Grandeur being the hero left open.
Earthel ban, it warranted actually. Earthel ban just means that this is an auto-log Granger pick coming in. And I'm not surprised it's on the table, but at the same time it could be a bait given out by LCF, considering they had no reason to just ban out the Earthel outright, because I mean they know that Zohunt is the one that's going to be picking up the Granger after the bans, right? So maybe it's bait giving out. Maybe they're going to be picking up the Moscow, who's still open, as well as the fact possible contender might be what was the marksman again? Buddy, come on, I'm not remembering.
Brody Claude.
Yeah, Brody or Claude. That could also be a thing, you know. So I think
Bruno is still a good option though. Like the Bruno or the Need. Yeah. You know, we call this. We have a nickname for Dadagiri, right? We have a nickname, right? And the Lapu Lapu too, like I mentioned. So it's gonna be actually 2 mark. But like we mentioned, a lot of peeling required. But Esmeralda against Anti.
Esmeralda against Anti. Ibro's gonna be pissed. His wife was gone. But yeah, overall, I do think this is a very solid composition that both of the teams have done, cooked up, and it's gonna be really interesting. But the heavy lifting is gonna be really required from the Esmeralda, who does not have a support. Usually, you need a support with Esmeralda to shine the best, which is of course the best teammate is gonna be the Mathilda. So they don't have that. They have an Arlord who's going to be providing most of the crowd control along with Zushin. So that's the thing that they have to take into consideration when they're trying to fight LCF, who do have a lot of crowd control. Smaller ones though, not massive, smaller ones. So it's going to be a little bit of a 50-50 on both ends. The mages serve a little bit more utility rather than just being a burst. But at the same time, if they do get farmed up, these 2 mages can bring hell, like they can bring hell loose into the Land of Dawn. And talking about it, we're just gonna go into the arena anytime pretty soon. Alright, Shinryu, you wanna pick up the play-by-play for me? Or you wanna...
Sure, man. Anything works. Yeah, man. But you know what interests me more is the late game for these teams, right? LCF definitely has a bit of scaling out here, right? Compared to Zohunt, they just have that, grandeur to scale, but the Esmeralda is more of a sustain, right? Yes, you can soak in a lot of damage and overtime deal damage, but the Lancelot, the assassins, how it goes, right? Once you go to the mid to late game, the power spike kind of goes down. You are not as much, crazy as you can be in the early game, but again, if you get a snowball, then that's a different story at the end of the day. But again, I feel the late game centric draft from the team LCF requires a lot of early game sacrifices. So it's going to be a very interesting game. Game 1 we have in our hand, right, between these 2 teams. Match number 2. Actually, it's match number 1, game number 2 for these teams. So LCF versus Zohunt. So let's go. Why not, right?
Yeah, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is gonna be, and we're already seeing a little bit of a clash. This is gonna be, of course, LCF versus Zohunt, best of 3 round robin stage, and already a lot of action in the mid lane. Intercasting this, myself, Ray, is Ushin's husband, and the other side we have Shinryu, Yushin's husband.
Wow, crazy, but look at the mid lane though. Zushin already being low on HP, and that's something not you would like to see, right, in the first minute of the game. But again, this is the power of a very good frontliners with the early game Hylos as well. You can give a little bit damage, but the goal lane, I think that's where they need to put a bit of resources as well at the same time.
Absolutely, the goal lane is going to be the main shifting focus as we go into the later phases of the game, considering that's obviously Prime and it's actually Error that's going to be playing this time around. So hey, Error, nice to have you. And I love the sponsor's name, E-Mart. It reminds me of there was a market. But anyways, the thing that I wanted to mention is that the side of LCF have 2 extremely strong late game. Moji here, of course, but on the other side, Granger is mainly going to be the main, late game damage source. Yeah, Lancelot burst late game is also extremely strong, but he's also easy to shut down because he has to come face to face. That's one of the main weaknesses, of course. So we'll have to wait out and see what's going to happen into the next phase. But Error? Looks like it's going to be the first blood. And Dusty Mizo gets into his hand.
Yeah, and really good. But again, in the mid lane here, Wasted Summers is gonna have to force that flicker out, and that's a big resource, right? He won't be having that available. Again, force recall as well, so won't have that level 4 so far. So this should be a very easy, comfortable turtle take for the side of Team LCF, unless the Lancelot decides otherwise. But I think he might be too late to join the party because the turtle is getting burst down really quick. The Esmeralda trying to zone, but it's going to be Anti getting the better zoning out here being done. But first turtle in the favor of Team LCF though.
Yeah, and it makes sense. They were already kind of controlling the map despite losing the first blood. Their focus was on the turtle pit, and that's the main reason actually we saw him getting taken down. But let's see what's going to happen into the next phases, because the next part is what's going to matter. Oh, not level 4 yet, but oh, family blessing. No longer problem is going to be, let's see if we can bless this game around over here. Hey, is that wasted? Okay. I like
I
these
know.
unique names. I actually did not notice.
Yep.
My bad. My bad. Yeah. Anyways, I mean, this is my actually first time casting for Zohunt after a while in Nerd 3.0. Of course, last time I casted it was way back in Nerd 2.0. But yeah, let's get on with the action. Looking at the game condition, of course, like win condition, sorry. Both of the sides, they are going to be focusing on their marksman mainly. The main thing is going to be, okay, looking at the itemizations, not much difference yet, just recipe scores. I like the fact that Zetian is not committing to the boots just yet. She has the movement speed with the ultimate, but let's focus into the mid lane. We might just see a clash happening pretty soon. Rudy is getting quite low, but look at that, glowist pathway.
Oh, look at that. Hey, the Fury of the Phoenix turning the members down, and there's a lot of damage onto the backline. The Lancelot surviving, but not for too long. Abhi will shut him down. Family Blessing 2 is not gonna be surviving that, and it seems like Win in a bit of side spot, but he will be able to maneuver his way out from that zone. But 2-4-0 trade in the favor of Team LCF so far.
Immediately, they get a proper trade from the first blood. They lost out by Era getting taken down. They retaliate back, and there we go. We are seeing the side of LCF gain a little bit of advantage. Era just got his hands into the Feather of Heaven as well. So, it's going to be meaning that he will kind of win against if there's a 1 versus 1 happening. But I think Prime is most likely not going to commit to it. Just try to poke as much as possible. But whoa, Final Slash committed a little bit too early. I would have saved it for the team fight though. He has low cooldowns, that is true. But Troll's spawning in, and let's see what's gonna happen. Oh, Anti though.
Oh, Anti though, he wants to go in with the bravest fighter, but look at the damage to the glorious pathway too. But Family Blessing will get shut down. Look at the backline as well. Dusty Miso cannot survive from the onslaught from Anti. Moji he will get a kill of his own too. So, no, actually not a kill, it's a turtle, right? So, pre-trade for 0 none, and right now they're looking very much at the bot lane gold as well. So, a lot of goals into the hand of Team LCF. So, Zohunt, they already at a disadvantage in just 5 minutes of the game.
It's actually insanely impressive what LCF has been able to pull up. They do have a composition that kind of really shifts into the later phases, but they are really able to bring the value that the Yushin Shin has. And it's one of the things that actually cements the fact that Yushin Shin still remains one of the strongest junglers into the game right now, and perhaps banning him out was the most optimal decision they could have gone for. But still, it's going to be 4-1 score. It's not the end of the world just yet. They can still make a little bit of a comeback because it's only been 5 minutes, and we've seen a big comebacks being blown in even at 30 minutes. So it's very likely we might see. But oh, look at that.
Oh, once again, there's another skirmish down mid, and Wasted Summers will get shut down. Win 2 from the hands of Rudius, and right now Family Blessing trying his best to survive. He does not have the flicker anymore. It's gonna be used, but not to any avail. Double kill, mid lane 2. Top lane, there's gonna be a little bit push from Prime, but I think Rudius is gonna be there on time. But once again, the mid lane waves have been cleared down by that Lancelot Destimizer, but he will not get his hand onto the purple buff. So, even more resources, and you can see the level difference already out here, Ray.
Yeah, the level difference is going to be there mainly because of the fact that they're really prioritizing the objectives, because look at that, they're already down with tier 2, but oh, Arlot has a different plan though.
He has a different plan. He wanted to go in with the final slash, but it seems like he's biting more than he can chew, because that's going to be him being taken down once again, 4th time in a row, and the score stands at 8-4-1, 6 minutes and 22 seconds.
Looks like Family Problems is back, not Family Blessing. Jokes aside, the thing is that I definitely think it's a little bit of a execution error that's happening over here. That's kind of funny. But yeah, Win over here might just get ganked because there's a stun. Look at that. He's going to get bursted out. There's just no chance. Too much damage and too much farm. Level 10 NT Moji here, and Error over here most likely wants to go in for a 1 versus 1, but dodges that final slash really conveniently. 9-1 score, and LCF with 6,000 gold lead in their books. They're able to maintain a very good snowball and a lead. Looking at the itemizations though, not much difference. They are with second items because look at that. Granger also building towards second, and so is. Oh no, there's a difference actually. Nathan is quite bit of ahead, but oh, into the top lane. Look at that.
Oh, there's gonna be the bravest fighter on the backline, but it seems like Family Blessing cannot survive because he does not have the item anymore, and that's gonna be 1-for-1 trade so far. We get shut down as well. At the same time, Rudius too. Prime gets some more stack onto actually the first stack onto his Sky Piercer, but again you can see he wasted so much trying to zone out the rest of the members so that Prime can clear the wave out. But I think the YS is not being in the team fight, or maybe just being a bit far away, kind of made things difficult for them to fight that take the team fight head on. But again, another blue buff, or the purple if you ask me, being taken away from the hands of Dusty Mizo. So even more level difference out here, Ray.
Yeah. Anyways, regarding the fact that the goal difference is going to be rising up to 6,000, not to mention the turret difference, 4 down into the hands of LCF, while none into the hands of Zohunt. But oh, look at that immediate burst. My Zushin is going to get taken down. She can't handle a time traveler, but yeah. Oh, tier 2. It's going to get taken down as well. Multiple of tier 2s are falling down. The only one standing is mid 1. But oh, what is that final slash?
The final slash is there, but there's not going to be any more follow-up. But again, Dusty Miz is trying to find a window to go in, but we need to keep an eye on the bot lane because Win is doing a good job trying to push that in. But again, there's gonna be the entropy being used from Emadex error. But again, Family Blessing this time gets taken down again, and like you mentioned, it's going to be a problem at this point. But again, there's going to be the Fury of the Phoenix turning the members down, and Win cannot survive that. Too much damage for him to sustain, and even more kills, more cold, and even a free Lord into the hands of LCF. They're looking really good at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And with everything into the table, they are going to be able to get a Lord easily. No surprises there right now. And 9 minutes in, with the tier 2s down, and not to mention even the blessings are gone, it's looking really grim for Zohunt into this game number 1. But hey, it's still game number 1, so maybe we might see a comeback in game number 2, right? So, I do think this game might just be a little bit ending pretty soon. Well, I mean, Shinryu, I think we can clearly see. Prime, though, have maintained a really good positioning from the minute end. Really good work. But look at that. A lot of pressure. The Lord's going to be marching down. The team's walking in. Let's see. Zohunt, can they do it?
Can they do it is going to be the question, but again, the mid lane, they cannot defend that for sure. The Lord is still at unhealthy HP. The Fury of the Phoenix being used, but Moji Hai will get a kill on the bot side. Again, there's going to be 2 members being traded down for 1. Error will be the one getting taken down, but the Lord has been successfully cleared. There are 3 members of this 4, but again, the final slash will not connect because there's going to be the immunity from the Lapu Lapu in his previous fighter form. But again, the Lance going in with the Phantom Execution deals a bit of damage with the Thorn Rose, but just to clear the waves out. But there are more raids crashing down from the top and the bot lane. Maybe the first two, maybe the inhibitor will not stand for too long, but again, he's going in with the Glorious Pathway as well as the bravest fighter. Dusty is trying his best to clear it out, and the rest of the members are back too, and it seems like Zohunt might just hold on to their base for too long. The HP bar is a bit low. LCF should back out. Anti will get taken down from the damage of Wasted Summer, and right now their priority should be clearing those waves out, not chase the members. So Zohunt, they still have the advantage, but Dusty Mizo was trying to chase them down, but he'll not get the distance covered yet. So maybe retreat.
And with that, we can see that the side of Zohunt were just able to make the defense, mainly because of the fact that this is the advantage of having yourself in the base, right? But so far, looking at the level difference, look at that. 2 junglers, 15 and level 12. EXP difference and the statistics are going to be mattering, mainly because they scale up on damage a lot. And we can see 7,000 gold lead into the hands. Oh, what's happening? Rudius might just get taken down over here. Phoenix?
Oh, the Fury of the Phoenix is out there, but see, once again, Family Blessing cannot do anything, but he just have to be the sandbag for him to get taken down. But again, the members are retreating back towards their side of the base. But again, there are no inhibitors up top and in the mid lane, and the Lord is just 25 seconds away. So I think LCF, they want to just be a bit disciplined and just wait for the Lord to spawn in, whereas Zohunt, they have to take the defensive approach. They have to just stays tower hugging their base at this point, though.
Absolutely. And I think with what's happening, I think okay, let's look at the itemizations. Yushin Shino's almost done with the Blade of Despair. Zetian is done with her 3 core items. Nathan is done with 4 core items, and it's not looking good at all. It's looking really, really grim. What's gonna happen? Because this Lord is gonna be melted down in a few seconds. And I don't think Zohunt is well prepared for it. I feel like this match is gonna be pretty over pretty soon. They get the vision from the Mountain Shocker. Sorry.
Yeah,
And the
man.
Lord's gonna come in.
And at this point, they're just taking away the farm even more, so they cannot actually just get back any kind of resource or any kind of gold towards their side. So they just have to be content with whatever items they have, whatever gold or whatever state they are in. But what they need to do is clear this lord. But with the gold that the side of LCF have accumulated over time, I think at this point they can end this game. It's pretty easy for them to go for some pickoffs. Perhaps, if Zohan are able to defend, they might be able to come back, but the chances of that is very grim. But again, they are going in with the Lord. Bot lane inhibitor is the target for Team LCF, and they're trying to clear some members down before that. But again, the Lord is out there. The Fury of the Phoenix is going to be used, and the rest of the members are trying to clear the waves. There's a lot of damage onto the members. Family Blessing gets taken down from Error Prime to Godlike for Moji Hey, and the base was wide open for Team LCF to take for the first win in this best of the series. So the first point in the pockets of Team LCF Fury.
Yeah, what an exciting team fight that was. I really thought Zohunt might just be able to defend it for maybe a little bit longer, but no, ultimately it's an inevitable end that came in, and we were able to see that the side of LCF will be getting that win to themselves, pretty conveniently to themselves. But with how, all of the gold medals and MVP 7011 Moji here, Sarah Ramon is just setting a precedent, a standard for junglers right now. But I think it's more of a Yushin thing. Yushin is just too strong. I definitely think it should get banned out. Definitely. I do understand the respect for the Hayabusa ban, but I do think the Yushin it poses same, if not more, threat. They have to do something about that 100%. On the other hand, though, I do think Arlott was not the best choice in this game. I'm not fond of fighter roamers right now into this meta because I feel like your fighter will be. You'll basically have 2 experience at that point because one will be like, what do you say the word? Like, I forgot the word, man. Sometimes I forget word, but basically he'll be a little bit of a heavyweight because first of all,
Sandbag.
no, not sandbag. There was
Okay.
another word I forgot. I'll let you know when it will click to me at 3 a.m. or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
But the thing is,
Mhm.
EXP serve a purpose, and they serve into initiation and providing the crowd control. Arlott serves that really well if you're playing him in the XP lane. When you push him into a roaming position, he comes into a disadvantage of the fact that he does not have EXP to and the gold to be above the opponents. He's squishier, he's lower level because that's what a roam is. So he cannot sustain long enough to really provide the best that you can do. I think that was the weak link that their team had. And I think LCF just capitalized on it really, really well and was able to get this win without much of a disturbance. And it was definitely an exciting game, but for sure it was way more favor in for Zohunt. And I'm looking forward to if Zohunt can make a comeback because we all love 3 games, no matter how late it may be. It's already 10:30, but it's always nice to see some more action, right? 2-0, it has been 2-0 tonight. Maybe Zohunt can change the fate, or maybe the 2-0 curse will stay. Maybe Shinryu said it's going to be happening early in the morning in his head, and that's why it happened. Jokes aside, yeah.
Yeah, man. You can just blame me at this point, guys. 2-0 if it is. But what interests
2-0
me more,
curse.
like you mentioned, right? The fighter roamer, right? The fighter initiator. Both are good, but I think so. The roaming position is not where it is built for at this point. Maybe in the current meta, there are some heroes that can be used, but not the best option because there are a lot of good engages, right? Given the fact this meta has been moving around to those squishy damage dealers when you are not using the utility at all. So maybe if they just tweak around the draft a little bit for Zohunt, they can get more advantage because if you had taken the look at the draft from Team LCF, it was more about scaling, but it turned into a snowball kind of gameplay for them. From there on, it just went landslide, downside for the side of Team Zohan. So maybe if they ban out the YSs like you mentioned, that could be a very good probable option. However, I think they could not mark the main damage dealers properly in that last game. They were too, fixated on fighting for the the neutral objectives or the objectives in general, but they did not actually go for the actual targets that they need to shut down before taking those objectives. Most probably that's what I've saw. That's from what I've seen in that game.
Absolutely. And I think I definitely think the Arlot was a weak link. I do think if they want to make the Arlot work, please push it into Win's hands and make Family Blessing play something that he's comfortable with. Even a Jawhead would have worked last game for a simple reason that Nathan has a Purify. You can bait it out once and then it's gone. You can just do it again, right? So I do think, what do you say? I do think, I was actually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm always checking your chat. So if you're there, so make sure to comment down below. I'm here. See? Yeah.
Ray's a busy man, guys. He's always checking things
See,
out.
you can see the game here. Yeah.
Zushin is not the only thing he's checking out. He's also checking out your comments,
I'm
guys.
checking out the comments, so make sure you share your thoughts, make sure you share your support for the teams, and of course, we would always love to have it. But anyways, we're going to be looking into game number 2. LCF is moving forward with 1 pointer into this best of 3 series, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see Zohunt having the first pick. See if they can have a little bit of advantage this time around with things changed for them. Maybe they can get the Yushinshin for themselves as well.
Perhaps because they have the first pick, right? However, the ban still being the same, right? The Hayabusa being a respect ban. This time the Lancelot being banned, though, right? I think Zohan they have a plan and do not want Lancelot to ruin it out. But again, for the side of Dusty Mizo, he will not get his hand onto those tanky heroes. That's going to be the Fredrin as well as the Baxia. So this will open up a lot of few more heroes, especially I would say the 1-1, which always goes under the radar for a lot of teams. But at the same time, this might open some more strategies for both these teams, right? Switching the side definitely switches a lot of things at the same time.
Yeah, and I do think with 2 of the Assassins band, they're really paying respect to Sarar Moon, and with okay, I think they can get the Yushinshin if LCF does not ban it out right now. They can feel its impact by themselves, because I do agree. Yushinshin is one of the stronger heroes right now into the meta. It's been proven once and again. When he was, it wasn't even the buff thing. When I saw that the other junglers were nerfed, I legit said, hey, people can pick up Yushinshin right now because the ones who are posing threat, like the Lucas and stuff, are gone. So you can kind of pick him. And I was kind of dead right. And it's kind of happy that Yushinshin is back. But LCF, they know it. They smelt it. They're not going to let out the Korean Admiral go back. So they're just going to be make sure that LCF gets it doesn't get it. Zohan doesn't get it. And LCF will make a trade. Let's see what they can get. Zushin is still open, LCF.
We did talk about this pick, right? We did talk about this pick, right, Ray, in the last game, that the CC being a very viable option if you want to deny your opponent to go for those utility based of draft, maybe, right?
Yeah.
So I think perhaps Zohan themselves want to go for the utility jungle this time. It seems like maybe the Akai jungle, perhaps there's an option. But however, there are a few more heroes open. The Suyo 2, I haven't seen them popping up much, but the side of Team LCF, they will get the Phobias as well as the Erythral. So I think with banning away the YSs, the game plan completely changes, right? They want to go for prior heroes for error first in this way.
Yeah, absolutely. And with what's happening, okay, just like you mentioned, they actually go for the Kai. That's interesting. That is very interesting. But overall, Zohunt is gonna be committing to the Akai pick. The Panda is coming into action. So, and the fish as well. So that's gonna be a fish and a panda. Now it's time for my wife, Zushin. But jokes aside, I do think having the CC against the Phobius is a little bit of it's a weird situation. Because you see, Shinryu, the fact that CC HP based damage, in theory, high HP based damage Phobius should take him out. And she does before level 4. It's very easy for her to do that. Dominative Phobius in the lane. But that's where the things change when the team fight comes in. Phobius is so nasty in those team fights. Even if CC tries to lock him to it, he's just going to jump around so badly. CC cannot even dash away because if she dashes, that's just the infernal pursuit stack, isn't it? So yeah.
Yeah. The only way CC can
the Valentina. Oh,
yeah, the only
it's
way.
stolen.
The only way the CC can actually counter the 4 is actually by locking him with team members before he uses an Infernal Pursuit, with a curtain call. Only that way can kind of negate that Infernal Pursuit or, the displacement. However, the chances of that happening is really low because, the lack of range for the CC is definitely the problem. But I still want to know how Team LCA will actually fit in this Valentina, only to just steal away the ultimate from the Sakai. Is it so? Or will there be more uses for this Valentina though? That kind of intrigues me, but I think the Xbox would have been a better option out here instead of the Valentina, however.
I think with the Valentina pick into the hands and a Kai pick, Zohunt is obviously going to be playing a gamble a little bit because right now there's 2 heavy spins into the map which are just going to negate each other out. And I'm just not sure what is going to be the next plans. It's been quite unpredictable, and I like that. I like knowing what they're not going to pick or what they're going to pick because it feels good when there's a little bit of surprise element, when there's a little bit of unpredictability. If I can just spell out their draft, oh yeah, they're going to pick up Nathan. Oh yeah, it becomes stale. It becomes boring. So having surprises, it's always nice for sure. Right now, LCF has done their bans, and obviously they're going to be ban out the frontliners because Irithel does not need to be disrupted, but with the Irithel into their hands, that means they're kind of taking a risk. Right now, Granger can either come or okay, Zohunt go in with the Novaria. Rome, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like it. Right now, they're playing into a gamble. Akai is gonna be doing the front lining as a jungler. Yes, Freddy and Akai can always do the front lining because they're tanks at the end of the day, but at the same time, they're junglers too. You have to take the 50-50. Can they do the front line? Yes. Should they do the front line? Not exactly always. You need someone to take the shots first so the jungler can either take down someone or be the disengager, which the Akai is supposed to be. You can also do a heavy spin, just pin down someone, or you can disengage. That's the main purpose of the Akai, isn't it? But right now, he's going to be serving the purpose of an initiator, the tank, the sandbag. He's going to be doing multiple roles, and that's when draft kind of becomes a little bit of a house of cards. It is beautiful, but one bad mistake, one card goes wrong and it crumbles down. So I think LCF is going to be looking to crumble it down.
I like the dynamic nature from the Zohunt's draft, but it looks very pretty on paper, but execution wise there's a lot of things that have to come together, right? Because at times, if the skills do not connect properly, if they are not able to layer their skills properly, there's going to be a lot of wasted resource and a lot of wasted opportunities at the same time. However, I like the fact that they want to keep some vision for their team with the Novaria. At the same time, they want to have that push advantage with the Khadita at the same time. But anytime somebody squishy steps in, they're going to get instantly burst down. And there's also lock on with Kai and the damage scaling with the Bruno as well, right? However, for all those things to come together, there's a lot of steps required. So really gonna be a lot of work for Team Zohunt to pull this draft off. But Team LCF, this is a very, I would say, standard draft that most teams like to go for, the front to back composition, and that's what they're doing, right? And they just need a good enabler, a good setter, maybe I think perhaps a good tank can actually work. Not the Kufra, but maybe what do you think about a Diggy though? I don't know. I just suddenly thought of the Diggy, but I don't know, man. The Diggy actually works.
Frontliner, they can actually do that. A Diggy will immediately counter 2 of the heroes, even 3 actually, because he can even immune the CC. So on paper, that's actually the best. That's actually best in slot. But will they think of it? I'm not really sure. If they do pull up a Diggy, I'm gonna be really, really surprised. But I think there's going to be a pause. The clock has been stopped. Zawardo happening. And so we're going to have to wait out and see. Okay, the timer has re-come. Yeah, we're back. And let's see what's going to be the pick. I would love to be a Diggy though. It's been a while since I've seen a Diggy. I've seen everything lately. I've seen a Hanabi, I've seen a Gushin, I've seen Melissa, I've seen a Chang'e, I've seen all those, but I haven't seen a Diggy in a long, long while. If I see a Diggy from LCF, it's gonna be really funny. But no, it's actually gonna be a Guinevere, It's going to be Lancelot will be banned out, but his sister is going to be coming in, which is pretty funny when you consider that mythologically they are actually husband and wife. But the developers have a different bit of a twist. I mean, lovers actually, not husband and wife. My bad. Funny enough, that's another game that actually also follows Guinevere and Lancelot being brothers. It's like fiction wants to treat them as brothers and sisters for some reason. But yeah, a fun fact for you guys: fiction, they're yeah, whatever. We can talk about it later. Zohunt and LCF, both of the drafts have been finished. Guinevere is an interesting choice though, because what is she gonna do? Yeah, she can serve as an all-rounder, and she's a little bit more beefy than Novaria, who's just going to be providing the vision, serve as just a pure utility.
I don't see the value of the Guinevere so much, because even if they go in, there's a lot of way to actually for Team Zohunt to cancel it out or even get out. But maybe it's for baiting the skills. Perhaps that could be an option. The surprise factor with the Guinevere, Guinevere is the fact that she can bait out a lot of purifies, a lot of skills that are available. So that could be an approach, but for me, I just felt that Diggy would have been a better option. They have a very good frontliner, and the damage was not so good. It could have lead to a really good snowball kind of gameplay for a Suyo, especially because this hero can perform really good once he gets those items locked in. But again, the drafts have been set. Team LCF, they have the advantage, right? They have 1 point in their pockets. They just need another. But Zohunt, they definitely would want to win this game. The second game, we go into the Land of Dawn in the NER 3.0 between Team Zohunt versus Team LCF. Game point for Team LCF. What can Team Zohunt do? But Guinevere already doing some work out here, though.
Yeah, and anyways, just like Shinri mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the action, and we're going to be witnessing game number 2. Let's see if it's going to go game number 3, or if Zohunt, with a little bit of meticulous draft, is not going to be able to step up to the game. Let's see. And with that being said, we do have Guinevere. How many, actually, for a fun thing, how many female characters are there in the map right now? But Guinevere, a lot of action. Kadita, Novaria, Valentina, Guinevere, that's 4. CC is 5. Damn, out of 10 heroes, 5 already women. That's a good equality. Oh no, Irtel is there. She breaks it. 6 female characters. Damn.
That's a lot of female, but women empowerment is something we are not against, right? But this game, the Guinevere is still a question mark. Let's see how it'll fit in, because Rudy's has taken a lot of damage. It's pretty low. Forced to recall maybe, but look at the mid lane though. Ooh, Wasted Summers almost being taken down, but the passive is going to be there for this Kadita for him to heal back up. And at the same time, the game pacing will be slow compared to the last game, I believe, because they would want to just take the first engage.
I think so too.
They would want to take the first turtle, but again, a lot of snipes coming in from Family Blessing, but both the lanes are being targeted from both the teams, so perhaps we can see a quick early first blood though. Could be an option. I mean, could be a possibility.
Great snipes from Family Problem actually. He's gonna get poked out a little bit over here, but he will survive because that is low HP. You should go back. What's that, Family Problem? You should have gone back. That is
Definitely
overconfidence, I'm gonna be honest with you.
They actually spot out a Kai out there, but look at Dusty Miss. So he's taking a bit of damage, still holds on to the heavy spin, but he's zoned out so much, even low on HP. So LCF did a very good job. But Abhi, you don't want to get taken down Abhi, because there's still time for you to just hold on to the map. But again, the first turtle will go into the hands of Team LCF, and they also get the first blood. So double tick for them already.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's I have 2 questions. First of all, great job, Family Blessing. You're doing the snipers really good. That's actually amazing. Second thing, why is he not playing a tanky roamer or even a support? He has been playing offensive kind of roamers like both games. Did he switch roles? Like decide like it's no longer for me? But look at that! Instead of top lane, CC is biting off a little bit more than unnecessary. And I think Karita will also fall as I finish speaking. 043 LCF coming in extremely strong, and I think we were discussing the pacing. I do think LCF is stepping it up.
Yeah, definitely. There's gonna be the Astral Echo out there, but I don't think so. There's gonna be any follow. But again, he's going in. Moji, yeah. Ooh, family blessing. Can he survive? No, but because Abhi has a Sky Piercer onto him, and with the heavy spin, he will definitely get the kill secured. But a lot of gold being taken down from the top lane, and I think Team LCF, they are really eyeing that early goal lead. So that's why they're just prioritizing those early game kind of heroes which can give a lot of advantage. But when once again being in the midst of 3 members, there's gonna be the wave still out there. The curtain call has been used, but there's no more follow-up damage. So Team LCF, they will be backing up for now.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 0-4, they are in a comfort spot. They can stall the game a little bit, but looks like their focus is gonna be into Rudius, and they do take him down. This was the plan. Dusty Mizo is most likely gonna go for the pin, and then they just try to burst it out with the Kadita and Novaria, and I think it can work, but they have to focus on the most valuable person, which is gonna be obviously Error or maybe Moji here. But it's gonna be hard to do that, isn't it?
It's definitely going to be hard because they have so much survivability and they have so many ways to go out, because you can see 2 purifiers have already been opted from the side of Team LCF, and right now they are again going in for the turtle. The Astral Echo is going to be there, but Wen needs to back out from there. The heavy spin not really being available, but Andy is going in with a lot of damage. He's going to pop up the Vengeance, but the rest of the team follow up too. It's going to seem like there's going to be the Violet Requiem onto the Smizo. He will get taken down. There's going to be the rough waves too just to survive, but it seems like Anti will get taken down, but Prime as well gets traded off for that kill. But so far 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Team LCF, and they get the turtle too, so a lot more gold into their hands so far.
And look at that. Right now, Zohunt is trying to make a response back, but hey, let's look at the itemization. Okay, Error is going to be getting the Berserker's Fury's recipe items pretty soon. The Valentina actually goes for a Sky Piercer, so that's very confident from Abhi over here. On the other side, though, there's the Hunter Strike, and Bruno also got the Hunter Hass's Claw. So both of the marksmen are kind of 50-50, I would say. They're really matching the pace up, but the Roamers... Okay, the Roamer... Okay, it's going to be the same thing as well. The Mage's difference is that Valentina prioritized the Sky Piercer, so it's very offensive. But look at that, the Guinevere... Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. And that's a quick kill, right? And more stacks for him. I think he's already had a 30 stacks at this point, so this man is gonna hurt. But top lane, turret for turret being traded off. So far, Team LCF, they're not really just leading in the department of the gold. They're also leading in terms of the objective. They're just waiting for another turret to be pushed down bot. But the turtle too is gonna spawn really soon. And you can see the goal lead already out here, Ray. Team LCF, they might be feeling a bit confident to take a fight out here in the bot.
Absolutely, and also the thing that... look at that. Wanted to go in for a B, but it's going to be a failure perhaps. Look at that.
Oh, there's gonna be the heavy spin just to zone the members out, just to give a peel for this Karita to go out, but it's not gonna be happening. The rough wave was used a bit aggressively, but the Purify definitely coming in clutch for Abhi. And at this point, there's gonna be the spatial migration onto the win, and he will have to say hasta la vista because he has been taken down. The middle turret too is being taken down right now again. They're going really aggressive. The middle turret actually stands, but it's gonna be Prime being hunted down by Error, the Terror, as they are even furthering out the goal lead. And I think at this point, Team LCF, they might just skip this turtle. Perhaps they want to just take the next Lord to go for a quick end, but you never know. It's Team LCF, right?
Yeah, and I think... Oh, what was that? We just missed a little bit, but Abhi, that is too much aggression. But it's immediately retaliated back by Moji here, who's also going to be suffering 2 shutdowns. Was that I do think this is a mistake from LCF. They committed, and right now, 2 shutdowns. That's going to be a little bit of a value, but Error, he does have damage. Better watch out, though. And look at that, the damage
Error
is there.
in the bot lane, but it's going to be Dusty Miz. So yes, Dusty's going to be there, but he's trying to find another kill onto Prime. Yes, he will. Double kill being secured by Emadix. Error at this point, this Error, which is a late game hero, has already scaled up, and with the kills, he's saying like, thank you so much, itadakimasu, for those kills, and he will be even getting more items locked in. You can see already him having 2 items at this point. The mid lane is wide open, and the purple buff too, but look at the positioning, and Rudius taking use of his first kill. Gets the vision though.
And with that, LCF is still leading the charge with 6,000 gold lead, 4 turrets into their name, while Zohunt is trying to a little bit struggling to get it back, but they're not exactly lost just yet. Blood's gonna be coming up a little bit later, but Error, that's a Berserker's Fury right there. Dusty Me's forced to use the heavy spin too. Prime also get the Berserker's Fury. So actually, both of the gold laners are kind of, close by. But there's a level difference. You can clearly see that's Prime level 9 and Error is level 11. That's a difference that's been made. But look at the knock up.
Ooh! Hey, did you just see that clutch steal from he just made sure that the spatial migration actually connects onto 2 members, and it's gonna be 1 being taken down. The Purify actually saving Prime at this time, and the mid lane second tier turret 2 being taken down. So that's 2 tier turrets already gone for the side of Team Zohan, and right now they have to just play a bit defensively. There's no heavy spin available for Dusty Mizu at this point, so he might have to retreat with this team. But again, the quick plays from Team LCF definitely making things easier. But again, mid lane is wide open. The inhibitor turret being the target for Team LCF, but the waves are going to be cleared out. The Astral Echo is going to be there, but the rest of the team, they are just not yet ready to follow it up because they are lacking a bit of damage. So Team LCF, they still hold on to the aggression that they are doing for the last couple of minutes.
And with the score being 5-15, you think that LCF is really, really ahead, and you'd be right, because look at the damage that Error is providing. I was really thinking there could be a possible chance, but it doesn't look like it right now, because the inhibitor, it's going to be falling down as well, and Error damage is online. And the advantage of Irithel over Bruno, AoE, once she's into her ultimate, the heavy crossbow is going to be dealing AoE damage, and it's really, really evident. The Novaria just trying to do, but it's not going to be enough. The Purify, interesting
Indeed, right? Every time the Karita wants to go in, there's the Purify available to, there's no way for them to actually take down the backliners. So far, you can just see Abi being taken down once because he was being too aggressive, right? However, Error has not been yet touched by any kills. I mean, any deaths so far. So this Lord, pretty comfortable take for the side of Team LCF, and right now they're taking 1 more skirmish up top. It seems like they want to get engaged on the team. So there's a stolen heavy spin as well at the same time, but both are getting negated by one another. This is just a Beyblade battle at this point, and the teams will be just retreating, waiting for the Lord, and just then pushing with the sync waves, I believe. So Team LCF, they still have the prio with the Lord advantage.
Yeah, and with the Lord coming in, this could be the final stretch because they don't have the inhibitor. The farm is quite less, considering the fact that this is close to 10,000, and with basically the base being kind of a little bit of exposed. But look at that, there's the
Okay, they're going in, and Win is already taken down, and the Lord is hitting the base, low HP. The crystal is wide open. Team LCF, they do not want any more kills. They want this game to be over, and that's how it's going to be a 2-0 clean sweep coming in to the favor of Team LCF as they take down Zohunt in this round robin.
This is honestly your curse 2-0. Jokes aside, I do think LCF played really good in both games, for sure. And the draft was immaculate, mainly because they did get a few signature picks. First game, it was Yushin Shinde. Second game, they got NT on that. NT as well as Error signature, if I'm not wrong, is Irithel. He does like to play Irithel much more. Starkers, he likes to go for those Nathan and stuff. But yeah, LCF had a few signature picks that helped them. Second thing, their execution was really on point. Good gameplay. But I do think this, tonight at least, Zohunt was kind of a little bit of laid back. Or maybe it's just the new style that they're trying to go for. They're pushing Family Blessing into, or at least Family Blessing is putting himself in the position of a very offensive roamer. And because of that, they're kind of lacking the frontline department, in my opinion, especially considering the fact Winlin is also going for CC, who's one of the offensive EXP laners. There's a difference between obviously offensive and defensive. Offensive ones, they're squishy, but they serve the purpose of going into the backline and taking down someone, dishing out some damage, winning the lanes. That is a CC. But with a roamer that can't frontline and can provide vision as utility, and of course a few pokes, which was really great. Family Blessing was really poking everywhere. I don't think it was the best case scenario, because this is the result you get. Prime did not get the space to farm. Who's going to be taking the front shots? Who's going to be dealing with Anti? Who's going to be dealing with Moji here? Who's going to be dealing with the Valentina? the answer was only Dusty Mizo and one guy for all, it's not always the best thing. So I do think that was what was lacking for themselves. And I would love for them to go back into their classic pick-off compositions or at least go for the roamer. Because I do think going for this offensive roamer, maybe it will work. Maybe against certain teams, it will definitely work. But against LCF, I do think having a frontliner would have been much, much better.
I hope you remember what I said before we started this game, right? There's a lot of steps for Zohunt to actually go in to execute this draft, and they failed at multiple levels because it was not a failure, but it was more like Team LCF could read what Team Zohunt were trying to do, and at the right times they just pierced them at that point. They did not have a backup plan for those steps, right? Once it failed, what do? Their only approach was playing under the turret. But was it a successful attempt? No, because they were also getting taken down under the turret, right? You saw in the first minute where you said, family blessing, he's low, he should just back out. He should just recall. He just overstayed. That's where Moji Hei came in, shut him down, got the advantage for the turtle, took it away.
Yeah.
And these small things, even if it does not look much, it really, really adds up to the tension of the game. Yeah,
That's the
man.
thing, right? After all, this is the game where micro will evolve eventually to macro, right? How good you are at your skills is obviously going to be mattering how good you're able to execute it with your team, right? Micro is as much as important as a macro. The micro decisions will build up to the macro. So you're absolutely right. Those small things do build up to a bigger mistake. You might not think, hey, one death is not a big thing, but hey, that's a kill to a jungler. You need to consider that. But yeah, overall, I do think that the side of Team Zohunt can do better. Definitely. They are obviously the contending champions from the previous round, and I'm looking forward to what they can do into the next round. It's only been day 3. We still have 4 days, which is basically majority of the tournament is still left, not to mention playoff and semis, grand finals. We still have a lot more games. So Zohunt can still step up, and we are looking forward to them. Anyways, Shinryu, anything you want to say before we cut it off? Because, of course, we still have Daku Sena versus IGN. Daku Sena haven't been really able to get the chance to play because first day they were not able to come, and yesterday the match was, they had some issues with the server. So tonight they will get a chance to play, and they're going to get the chance to play with IGN, which is a team that has been back again in action. They were struggling quite a bit, we remember, right? But now they're back. Anything you want to say?
At a certain tournament that recently happened, Daku Sena have actually defeated Team ABM in a best of 3. Okay, and they were in the finals against Team IGN, right? So in that certain tournament, they could not beat Team IGN, maybe because of the exhaustions, because they had to play back to back. But
yeah, that is a bad
this
thing.
might be their chance. This might be a chance for their redemption, because if they can beat Team ABM, there are very high possibilities that they can take games away from Team IGN at the same time. So, I hope this is not a curse anymore. No more 2-0s. Maybe see a full 3 series, but it should be to the best of the gaming, mechanics that we have seen from these players, because it's a really exhilarating matchup that we have ahead of us. So you guys should be staying tuned. You guys should be staying here to watch this match. But for right now, we have to take a short break. We have to go away, right, Ray? But I think so. You will be back for sure.
Yeah, we'll be back pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen, with the last game. And that's going to be an exciting thing because it's going to be IGN versus Daku Sena. So make sure you stay tuned, and we'll be right back after catching a little bit of a glass of water. Make sure you stay tuned, bring up the popcorns and everything, and we'll be right back. So stay.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? served the light while working in the dark. Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the last match of the night. It's going to be IGN versus Daku Sena heading into tonight's last match. Casting will be myself, Fredo. Alongside me is Shinryu, of course, to cast and host tonight's match.
Hey man, again glad to be here. Back with this last game as well. Ria and me we have been talking about this matchup, which we actually have seen in a very recent tournament. In a particular tournament, these two teams have reached to the finals. Daku Sena actually defeating Team IGN and not IGN, Team ABM actually, and meeting them in the finals. However, they just fell a little bit shorter. So this might be the revenge from that last game, right? So I'm really interested to see this game play on. But again, what are your thoughts? Team IGN versus Team DS. What are your prediction for this matchup though?
My prediction is, I don't know, maybe IGN can actually, go on a full 2-0, or it might even be Daku Sena going on a 2-0 because, I mean, once you defeat one of the best teams in India, of course, ABM, you do get that confidence boost that might actually, help you out. And on the other side, IGN, I saw their match yesterday and, actually on the first day, and it does seem like they're back in form. They have the coordination on top. Everything is looking good. And that is all that they were lacking. But tonight, of course, they're playing under some different circumstances because, of course, as we have heard, the news is weather is not the best in Sikkim right now. And their goal laner, whose name is Aaron, might be facing some issue. But even then, they've still shown up. And, showing up is actually a very big thing that they have done on their part because, most people don't even show up. They make excuses, but these guys are winners. And they're here to defy everything and, turn down those excuses. So yeah, that's a good, and a big thing that they've done tonight.
Absolutely, even against the odd, they want to keep their spirits up and want to fight this battle.
Yep.
Not want to give 3 points to their opponents, right? Because they want to fight it. Even if they lose, they don't care, but they want to fight it for sure. But again, how this game will start will be through the draft, and already we can see 2 bans out there, and YS is joining the third one. So pretty standard bans against Team IGN. I would say the Farsa is definitely a target ban out here. Whereas Team IGN, they do not want to give this Harith to Team Daku Sena. So I think it's going to be a lot more heroes also being opened from the current meta. So I think, the CC have been one of those heroes which actually have been popped up for a lot of teams to actually deny their opponents to go for the utility jungle. So I think Daku Sena, if they want to go for that approach, they can pick that hero. But again, Respect is known for his assassin jungles, right? So the Lancelot, the Hayabusa. So these are the picks he would more likely to go for. But again, I have seen in recent times, Team IGN's hero pool has really been pretty dynamic. They have been going for heroes which they are not really usually going for. But again, they stick to their comfort. So I'm really interested to see what kind of draft will they bring in this game. But again, Daku Sena, they do have the first pick. What do you think would be a good start for their draft?
I think, how do I say it? Yeah, I think a flex pick would be a good thing to start the draft. And I was about to say something actually. The thing is, of course, IGN, they've done really good with their draft these days, and even their hero pool, it just seems to be expansive. But tonight, when you're facing against Daku Sena, a team that has defeated ABM, undoubtedly one of the best teams in the countries. And when you just think of that, you just do not want to, try and experiment, right? You want to stick to what works. You want to stick to what you know very well. So that's why IGN, I do not think they're going to be experimenting with their picks tonight. But look at Daku Sena. They've went with the CC, which is a very obvious pick that is going to go into the EXP lane. It cannot be sent in the roam. So they do not decide to, hide their intentions in the first phase.
Like I mentioned, the CC is a really good first pick. If you want to deny that, utility base of jungle from the other team. And 2 picks, that's going to be the Lancelot for Respect, like I told you. And also the 1-1 is, I would say, a very, a hero which actually goes under the radar for a lot of teams, right? So this hero will be there into the hands of Aaron. But again, like you mentioned, his internet is not in the best condition. And this hero really requires some good ping to play, right? So can he actually pull this hero off when, Funny Valentine will be picking a direct counter towards it? That is going to be the Erythral.
Yep, I do not think going for a 1-1 in the first phase of the draft was a wise decision, considering, the Erythral was open and it was quite obvious that they're going to pick it up right away, because in the second phase, you might ban it, right? So, Daku Sena did a very good job there picking it up. Along with it, they pick up the Hayabusa as well. I think the first phase has, is definitely 50-50, because, of course, the 1-1 did get countered by the Erythral, but they do have the Lancelot, which is definitely one of the hottest picks right now that you can get. So yeah, of course, having their hands on that is going to definitely give them an advantage in the jungle.
Absolutely, and I would say the Lancelot is one of those two heroes, assassins especially, who has a S tier jungle mark right now, right? Along with the YSS, they are really good at clearing the jungle fast, because the Lancelot got a bit of adjustment to his passive where he can stack up really quickly to his dashes. So that's why he can deal more damage pretty quickly. So again, I feel it's going to be really a skill-based matchup, because how much mechanics are required for playing this assassins, right? You need to mark the right targets from the backline. So even the Hayabusa has to mark this 1-1. Therefore, I feel the 1-1 might have a bit tight time going or roaming freely in the map. However, the frontliners have to be really good. I think Team IGN, they should pick up a frontliner at this point. Maybe a flex pick if they want to. The 4vs is open, but I don't think so. That might be the pick. The Kalea can substitute for that, missing piece of the puzzle for Team IGN, and they will pick it for the roaming position. So pick off kind of gameplay for Team IGN.
Yep. And if you think about the Kalea pick, it does forces the Erythral to maybe it might be forced to use the Purify. And if it is using the Purify, then it becomes a little bit easier for the Lancelot to try and catch him, right? Because if you do not have the sprint, if you do not have the flicker, the kind of mobility that you need to escape a Lancelot, especially with those short cooldowns that it has right now, is going to be very, very hard. So yeah, if the Erythral is actually forced on a Purify, then it's very, very, how do I say it? It's going to be very, very surely that, respect on the Lancelot is going to have the job to kill Funny Valentine, because otherwise there's no way Aaron is going head up against him.
Yeah, and also another factor in the picking the Purify would also negate that crossbow of tank, even if the 1-1 can get the weakness unlocked onto him, right? So that actually works really well. But again, the threat of Lancelot, like you mentioned, will always be there, because as a marksman, you always have to be very good with your positioning. If you just mistake, you're gonna get taken down. That is a curse that comes with this role. But again, looking at the banning section at this point, a lot of EXP laners, a lot of frontliners being banned away from both the teams, and even the R lot will be joining it. And at this point, what other heroes are actually open for IGN to go for? Maybe the Esmeralda is an option, but I don't think so. The Esmeralda would actually be so impactful. But this combo, the stun as well as the pick-off combo will definitely make this Erythral to go for the Purify, like you mentioned. So it's going to be a must for him.
Yep, it has to be on the Purify, and getting the Erythral on the Purify is going to force things, into the favor of IGN, especially Respect. But, it will depend upon Respect as well to try and execute it. For now, though, I feel like the main Sitar is still open. It might not be the best option to pick up, but I feel like against the Lancelot, it does do a good job. Against the 1-1 as well, maybe the Kufra could be an option as well. But yeah, we'll see what works, right now. For now, though, I feel like the mid lane pick is still missing. So what do you think can be the mid lane pick here for Daku Sena?
Oh, the Kufra, okay. I was surprised to just see that, before I say that. But I think so the Zushin, okay, the Zushin works, right? But I don't think so the Zushin would be having a really easy time to catch the members. I was thinking more of like a Novaria would have worked, because it can give the vision, because the gameplay from Team IGN would have been really from bush to backline kind of gameplay, right? They want to go for the
Yep.
lock in onto the backline that way. So the vision could have really worked for them. But again, the Zushin is a more of a utility kind of mage, and the only target that he can lock on would be the, this Kalea. Apart from that, if the EXP lane is something tanky, is like the Hilda as well, right? He can mark those members, but again, the problem with the Zushin at this point is that after you pick up 2 target, your mana really goes down really quickly, and that fraction of second where your mana is regenerating, that could be an easy pick of potential. I mean, pick of frame for the side of Team Aigen, right? So I think it might have to translate to a lot of layering of the skills properly for sure, Team Daku Sena. So their draft is more of, layering of their skills, beating out the spells and everything from the opponents, then go for a re-engage. Whereas Team Aigen, they're more of engage, first engage kind of draft. So pretty different approach, but both works really well.
Yep. You're absolutely right at pointing that out. Daku Sena is more about layering those skills. IGN is more about execution. And, if you combine both of them, then it's going to be a very team fight heavy kind of, composition that we're seeing on both sides. So, yeah, the one who will execute it better, of course, will be getting the upper hand in those team fights. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's Daku Sena versus IGN. And just to mention a funny fact, Daku Sena, they are playing their first game. It has been 3 days into the tournament, and every single team has played at least one match. But Daku Sena are playing their first match tonight on the 3rd night of Northeastern Orthodox tournament, and that is because, of course, they wanted to arrive in style.
Style is the way for them, but again, it's going to be their debut match in season 3, right? So far,
Yes.
not 3.0. It's going to be the first. Because going to be witnessing the first match between before Team Daku Sena against Team IGN. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the last game, but the first match in this series, right? So, brace yourself because this is going to be an amazing, content. What do you say that thing? No matchup for these two teams. But again, it's going to be me, Shinryu, your caster, and I'm joined by Fredo. If you
Whoa.
guys are wondering, but again, look at the mid lane though. Lot of displacement already by the Zushin trying to gatekeep. But again, the opportunity for both these teams to go for a first blood is equally available for sure.
Yep, and that's why it's going to be interesting to see which which roamer is going to actually control the vision as well, because the enemy also has a Selena, right? IGN has a Selena, and that's why they're going to have a lot of vision control as well. You did talk about the Novaria, and that's why the Novaria would have been good. Oh, Mirio though might be a bit too aggressive here, but of course she's healthy.
Yeah, so far he actually survives, not giving the first blood, but again, the bot lane, the Hayabusa, still not level 4, needs a bit of farm before it can actually get the level 4, but the retribution, not the retribution, the recall being already being used up by Kalea, but the purple buff is yet not taken by Respect, so he actually goes in against Lemon, but he wants to go in with a quad Shadow, but does not get the damage necessary to take him down, but I don't think so he can actually steal that purple away, so he has to be content with his side of the map. But again, slow game so far, no kills in the first 2 minutes of the game. So I think the turtle will be where we can see the first blood.
Definitely, the turtle is going to be an important objective. The first one, of course, gives you a advantage, and that's why it's going to be crucial to see which team will be the one approaching it first. Level 4 is actually required if you want to take a good turtle fight. And it seems like Mirio will be the one taking away that EXP crab, and which comes in with a stun. Jazz gets down very low before the first turtle fight. So that means IGN has the advantage.
They do have the advantage, but they do not have the control around the turtle pit. You can see Respect actually starting it off, but IGN mid lane already. Zohunt taking a bit of damage, might just not survive. Yes, the first blood being secured, but the turtle gets traded off. So 1-for-1 so far, but again, they want to just go for a re-engage on to Haitatsu. He's taking a bit low, but they are trying to just negate the damage, go for a bit of re-engage again. There's got to be this jump, connects, but there's going to be the displacement, bringing back Respect as well. So one more kill for the side of team Daku Sena at this point. They get another, and the quad shot are being used, and this time Aaron the Creator will not survive. 3 kills for 1 turtle so far. Team Daku Sena definitely got the better trade.
I think looking good. Things are looking good here for Daku Sena actually, even though it did seem like the turtle was taken away by the opponents, and that's exactly the reason why things are going to look even better for now for Daku Sena right now. But okay, looking at the river control, I feel like even though it should have been the Serena, but right now it is actually Daku Sena with the Zushin and the Kufra who is having a better control of the map.
Hmm. The thing is that Team IGN, once they use up their skills, they has to
Mhm.
just wait for the timer to get back again so they can spam the skills once again. So that time frame is enough for Team Dakusena to actually punish them out. So far, that's why they got that advantage in that last team fight that actually broke out. But again, the small leads, the gold that actually being favored by Team Dakusena might just translate to a snowball kind of gameplay, because we know the Hayabusa requires that early farm, and he does have that again. The bot lane is where it's gonna seem like another skirmish might just take place, but both the teams, they want to just take a fight around the mid, because you can see a lot of members actually rotating out there. But again, there's gonna be another engage out there though.
Yep, and with that, we are going in to, of course, the 5 minute mark right now. Second turtle will be coming up, and with that, the arrival of Respect as well, along with Lemon. And Lemon is actually one level ahead. Oh, Mirio arrives as well. Oh, that's a lot of damage being done.
Lot of damage being done, and as well you can see Haitatsu just trying to stop them actually from retreating. But again, the stun abyssal arrow does connect onto Haitatsu, which wants to go in, and they will actually get him pretty low. But again, the back line, you can see the Lemon being low, but he actually uses the shadow kill just to survive for a bit longer. And Mirio out there all by himself. Respect goes into, which again gets another stun, but it seems like Mirio has bit more than he can chew, and he gets taken down. There's gonna be the 1-1 finally joining in the party, but he actually gets zoned out. The curtain call already being there. Respect needs to back out. He's pretty low on HP, but not anytime soon, because Funny Valentine will get a shutdown onto him, which forced to flicker out, not flicker out, but forced to dash out just for the safety. But again, another fight favoring Team Daku Sena, and they're looking to take down a turret down bot.
Yep, and Aaron the Creator has to back off because he does not have his teammates for support right now, and that's why they will be losing out on the first tier 1 bot lane. Zoshin wants to go in. Oh, there it comes. But immune, of course, with the Purify. But oh, Lemon with that shadow kill. Getting a kill onto the enemy gold laner. This is bad news for IGN. They're losing turrets. They're losing their gold laner as well. Things are not looking good here for them.
Yeah, and they need to compensate some way, and that's where Respect is actually going for the top lane push. There's nobody to actually defend that. Jazz needs to rotate, but again, mid lane, Haitatsu is really looking too confident on that. Kufra wants to go in, dive in to get a potential shutdown, but again, another skirmish is bound to take place. It seems like the curtain call has already been used. Respect wants to find a window to go in, but the waves have been cleared, so the mid lane turret will still stand. And once again, the turtle is just a couple of seconds away, maybe like 30 seconds. So that's where another fight might break out. But again, Daku Sena, they have that advantage, whether it be in kills, whether it be in gold, whether it be in objective takes. At this point, Team IGN, they need some farm for sure to get back into this game.
Yep, and with that, look at that. The CC might be getting targeted here. 3 members onto the CC right now. Alone, all alone. Vengeance being popped off as well. Jazz tries to sustain the entire fight, but not enough, as 3 members are enough to take him down.
And with that, they will actually trade off for the turtle to a turret. And IGN, they got some form of gold for their side, so that still counts, right? But again, a stun connects onto Funny Valentine, but which might not want to go in yet so far. But again, there's going to be the revenge, Tidus revenge connecting at this point, and Haitatsu takes a bit of damage. And look at Alan the Creator actually goes in with the crossbow flank. That gets activated. He will survive. However, the stun has connected onto Funny Valentine. He will be able to back out. But again, Lemon wants to go in with the shadow kill, but does not find the damage necessary to take anybody down. But that's going to be a 1-4-0 trade in the favor of Team IGN, as they're trying to get back into this game. But look at the positioning from Zauz, and he wants to go for a pickup, it seems.
Yep, definitely lurking around in the bush, looking for someone, but not finding anyone yet. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we can see that Funny Valentine is getting a lot of farm, clearing that minion wave, which was stacked all up. And take a look at the items as well. Things are looking good for both. Actually, the gold laners, even though it seemed like 1-1 was behind, he's actually covering up. It's just 300 gold behind Funny Valentine. But Funny Valentine has the core item, which is the Berserker's Fury. So, of course, the enemy frontliner are going to be having a lot of harder time. But oh, they want to go all in for this mid lane, it seems. They won't commit yet. But yeah, next
Hmm.
objective up in less than a minute. Oh,
Oh, there's gonna be the tsunami slam onto Jazz, and he actually gets brought back. But again, the squad shadow onto that's not the squad shadow, but the shadow kill onto the back line will make the members pretty low. So they will have to just recall back some of them. But again, the waves are crashing down from the mid. It seems like Team Daku Sena, they are really fixated on taking this mid lane turret down. But the waves actually gonna be cleared out. But again, they go for another engage. The displacement is gonna be there onto Miru, and he's taking him too much damage. Funny Valentine will get that kill. Respect tries to run. He will be able to do so, but Zauzin go backs in with the knock up, and that will call for the disengage. And like you mentioned, the next objective will spawn in just a matter of few seconds. And see, Team Daku Sena, they're definitely the one who can actually take it down.
and it's funny actually if you take a look at the if you take a look at the KDAs of the members of Daku Sena. Look at that, 204 on 3 members right now.
Definitely, and the Lord though. I think IGN, they do not have a way to contest for this, so they might just compensate with the turret up top. So can they defend? Is the question, but I do think they have good wave clear though.
Yep, they do have good enough wave clear, it seems, but the mid lane is something that they might have to trade off for now, unless Daku Sena decides to go all in and they decide to back off, and that's the reason why it will still stay. And with that, Lord will be arriving, of course, into the bottom lane, it seems like, which is, of course, the lowest HP turret for now. Oh, it's going to be the top lane instead. So yeah, it's going to be arriving on the top lane. They need to take care of those minion waves first before anything happens. Otherwise, they're going to lose turrets. And that's why, look at Respect already arriving onto the mid lane. He knows that he has to deal with it. But instead, they deal with Haitatsu first, it seems. And Haitatsu will go down. Crossbow tank activated. Peekaboo! Survives 1 HP. Haitatsu. Oh, sorry, actually, it's actually Lemon who comes in with Ogi Shadow Kill. They're very, very low. But will they decide to go in?
Oh, actually, they are trying to run away from Team Daku Sena, and that's how they will be able to survive. But that's gonna be a trade, I think, for Daku Sena as well, because they will get a turret up top, so it's still a win for them. But the purple buffs will still be secured by Respect, and again, the waves are crashing in, and this time there is no way Team IGN can defend that. It had been in a constant battle for minutes for the turret, and with that, all the second tier turrets have been taken down. The Lord cleared though, however, the minions are marching down from all the lanes. And actually, the mid lane second tier it does stand. So, Team Asian, they have that advantage in the mid so far.
Yep, definitely. The mid lane is one of the most important lanes. If you lose that one, you open up your entire jungle area. So yeah, losing the first one is of course a blow to that, but the second one is still up. So yeah, that's a good news. Optimism, of course, is required in this dark moments like these, of course, where they are losing right now of control of the map actually. Oh, seems like the red buff area is going to be a contention point for both the sides, but let's see who decides to engage first. IGN arrived to give backup to Respect, and with that, Daku Sena decided to back off and show some respect for now.
And if you take a look at the items, you can see a lot of items actually being built up from both these teams, especially the gold laners, right? At this point, Funny Valentine definitely leading in terms of items. He has 3 items already locked in. He's waiting for his 4th item. That's going to be the Malefic Gun to get an extra bit of range, more damage as well. But for this Hayabusa, he's not too far. He's just waiting for his 3rd item to be completed, and that's where he's going to deal even more damage, even to the tankier members. However, IGNs, they need to just get a bit damage back. But again, there's going to be that shadow kill being used on the back line. Mirio taken a bit low. They're actually going for it again, engaged, and the creator is going to get taken down. And it seems like Lemon will get punished. However, Zauzan gets traded off immediately. Team IGN, they lost 2 members right before the second lot of the game. And again, there's no jungler for Team Daku Sena. However, will they still try to take this lot is going to be the question. But the thing is, the mid lane is wide open, so they can actually push it at the same time.
Yep, and I feel like one point where IGN is losing right now is actually Vich, even though he's of course providing vision and all those stunts. The thing is, like you said, it's a hit and run kind of comp right now for them. So that's why they're kind of finding it hard to, take these fights where Daku Sena is continuously poking them, lowering their HP. So yeah, that's the reason why IGN, it seems to be struggling in those fights right now. So yeah, they need to find a good opening, especially taking down Funny Valentine first should be their prio for now, but they're not able to reach him at all.
Absolutely, and that is the positioning. And even if they can reach him, there's the Purify always available, right? They cannot pick him off so easily. And especially Meteor, you can see him being bursted down so quickly at some points. He just have to just go back for the recall. Even with his passive, he's not been able to survive. But again, there's gonna be the quick shutdown onto Lemon. He was caught up with the Tsunami Slam, and that was really required for Team IGN. And suddenly it seems like Team IGN might have the window to take this Lord, or even for contention. But again, there's 4 members lurking around the Lord pit for Team Daku Sena. However, they are still zoned out by Team IGN. They're starting off the Lord. Team Daku Sena, they're still, maintaining their vision. So will we see another fight? The Tsunami Slam is not gonna be there available, but Jazz actually goes in with Curtain Call as well as a Yo-Yo Blitz, but it's gonna be Meteor taken back very low. Funny Valentine gets another kill, but again, Respect goes in with the Phantom Execution, goes out as well, and it seems like the 1-1 might not survive. Jazz gets a shut down. And just like that, Team IGN, despite having the man advantage, could not win that team fight, given the goal lead is still in the favor of Team Daku Sena.
Yep, and with that, Daku Sena will decide to go for the neutral objective. Of course, they need this Lord to try and break their base open. IGN, for now, they will still be content with what they have, but dealing with the minion waves first is going to be their top priority. And looking at the way that they have, the heroes that they have, lane clear, of course, is going to be a problem for them, because the Selena, right, you cannot really go forward. You can definitely place those traps, but to go forward is a very big risk, because you might be getting bursted down at any moment by the Hayabusa or even the Irithel. So that's why it's going to be really hard for them to clear those lanes. And let's see somehow, how they make it work, because of course they're IGN and they're known for trying to make things happen with whatever they have. And right now they have a Selena, a Hilda, a Lancelot, a 1-1, and a Talia. So yeah, going to be difficult, of course.
Yeah, and since we have hit that late game power spike already for this Irithel so early on, it's gonna be even a bit difficult, because the damage output is so high from the draft of Team Daku Sena, and that's why they are getting so much advantage. The push in is so easily being done, easily getting done by them as well. You can see the Lord is still out there. Aaron the Creator is still trying to clear it out, but it's not gonna be happening before it takes down the bot lane inhibitor. The mid 2 is pretty low, and there's gonna be the Shadow Kill being used up, but it seems like the damage will not be there to just take down anyone yet. But the knock-up by the Kufra, Haitatsu goes in, but there's going to be the Tsunami Slam on the 2, but the base is wide open, and it's still not taken down. Team IGN have somehow able to defend. They actually take down 3 members. They're looking for a 4th Funny Valentine match to still survive, but it seems like Haitatsu is gonna be a time over, because a triple kill will be secured by Aaron the Creator, and just like that, Team IGN are able to turn things around. But they lost all their inhibitors. The base almost on the verge of being taken down. But once again, it seems like the waves are still in the favor of Team IGN, so they might actually push in here for sure, Fredo.
Yep. And right now, things are going to look like, it's going to look a very, very tough spot right now for IGN, as 3 inhibitors gone. Along with that, look at the base HP as well. And like I said, minion waves, going to be very difficult for them to clear it out. So yeah, things looking very bleak here. It's 50, it's not even 50%, it's 10% chance right now for IGN to make a comeback. But along with the Lancelot, the Lord Steal with Lancelot, all those highlight reels that we have seen, it's always possible. So yeah, they need to make sure that Respect does not reach the Lord, and along with that, they also need to make sure that the enemy is completely, out of the position, so they cannot provide vision for this Lancelot. So yeah, that's going to be a key factor here. And along with that, IGN have another trouble. The far lane will always be under pressure because of the super minion, so they have to deal with that as well. So things are not really looking in favor of IGN right now.
Indeed, things are not looking to get in favor of them. But interestingly enough, they actually have got their power spike onto the 1-1, so they actually can contest for this. But again, the Lord will be taken down before it's a 50-50. You can see actually Zohunt going in with the Tsunami Slam, but it might be just a failed effort, because he lost his immortality, and he will get shut down by Lemon. And right now, IGN are in a disadvantageous position because they have to defend a lot in a 4v3 situation. But can they do so? There's going to be a stun connecting, but I don't think so. They can actually go in, but it's going to be the crossbow of tank being used up. But the Winter Crown is going to be there. But Lemon actually goes in, and the rest of the team actually following up. But it seems like IGN, they're still trying to kite this fight away. Respect will get a shutdown onto Haitatsu, but the Vase is still out there with the Lord, the minions too. And it seems like this might be it. This might be the time for Team Daku Sena to get a match under the hands of Team IGN.
Yes, Team IGN will be losing in this first one. Daku Sena get their first victory in the Nerd 3.0. And of course, after such a nice game and such a nice start, Daku Sena will definitely be having a lot of confidence going into the second one. Meanwhile, Aaron the Creator, the MVP, even after playing in such bad circumstances, of course, he did show up and he did try his best. So yeah, that just speaks for itself. That speaks volumes as to how committed IGN is right now. And I mean, this is actually a confidence booster. The member which is actually who should be playing the worst is actually playing the best right now from their side, and that means the rest of the members have to step up as well. Respect had a lot of work to do in the last one, trying to take down Funny Valentine, but there was no way he could have. I mean, he did that. So yeah, that was kind of hard, but it is what it is. Funny Valentine, of course, did a phenomenal job, always staying and maintaining their positioning in the team fights, not getting caught even once. And so, yeah,
Yep,
that's the reason why Daku Sena will be able to win this one.
absolutely. And you know, me personally, I felt that Witch was not so impactful in this game. I did not see, so many game-changing kind of plays from him, despite he was getting those stuns connected, but there was no follow-up from those stuns immediately from the side of Team IGN. Yes, they were trying to commit in the early game, but that's where they got punished. And from there on, they kind of stopped going in for those, follow-ups from that point in. But again, I feel if they are picking a Selena, they should go for that early game snowball kind of gameplay, and they should just follow it up with a really quick rotation at the same time. But that was kind of lacking. However, Team Dakusena, they were so quick on punishing the members of Team IGN at the same time. So that's why the re-engage potential that I was mentioning to you about from Team Dakusena definitely came in clutch. But again, this is going to be a best of 3 series, right? Team IGN, they definitely have that one. They have the chance to go for few adjustments. Might that help them to get the next game into their favor? We never know.
Yes,
But
and with that, we'll be coming with the second match shortly.
mhm.
But of course, before we go into that, right, the last match was actually kind of how do I say it? It was neck to neck. It could have went anywhere. But
Mhm.
IGN, I feel like their draft was kind of weak. Shinryu, the Selena pick was not the best, and along with that, I feel like the Lancelot kind of underperformed. Actually, what do you think about that?
Selena pick, definitely. The Lancelot actually did not get much ways to go in, but even the target, actually, the target that it necessarily need to mark on was not really available in the vicinity. So that's why the draft could not play out the way Team IGN wanted to. Yes, there was the potential in the early game, but however, once we hit to that mid to late game, the potential kind of disappears. That's why that draft could not perform as a defensive mechanism. However, I think if they had some kind of backup apart from the 1-1, they could have done really well. However, the last game, the draft from Team Dakusena, it was perfectly a counter to Team IGN's draft. That's why they got so much advantage at the same time, right? There was two counters for the 1-1, and in the early game, it was completely impossible for the 1-1 to do much. And somehow the Selena could go in, but it could not come out all the time. But despite that, he was not taken down a single time. That was really surprising for me. However, the rest of the members, like the frontliners, they were not so lucky. I think the Purified really made things difficult for Zohunt to actually get for the pick off kind of gameplay. And I think a bit of tweaks into the draft can actually help them for sure. But second game, is a game, we always know IGN actually have a chance for comebacks in a lot of tournaments. We have seen that in the past, so it can happen for sure.
Yep, and with that, we'd like to go on a short break for now. We'll be back in a few minutes, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Choose my target. Who served the light while working in the dark. Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
सीधे ड्राफ्टिंग में लेके जा. Hello everyone, welcome back. The last match of the night. Probably, tonight Daku Sena already 1-0 could make it a clean sweep for all of us here, or instead IGN could try and make a comeback. Of course, this match is being played on the Delhi server. Does give advantage to the Daku Sena. IGN will be playing on a higher ping, and if you think about it, it's actually Aaron who's going to face the most difficulty right now, Shinryu.
Absolutely. Already having bad network connection over that a different server, they should have won that first game for sure if they wanted to keep their advantage. However, it's a bit having their back against the wall. Still, I feel IGN can perform, but Daku Sena will have the advantage in this game as well, with the server advantage as well as the point advantage. Let's see if they can actually get the draft well done at the same time. The bans still being standard out here. The the Harith as well as the Yi Sun Shin being banned away. I think maybe we will see some target bans for Witch at the same time.
It could definitely be a few target bans coming in. This time around though, if they want to pick up the 1-1, they should definitely ban out the Irithel. So yeah, if they keep that thing in their mind, they can definitely make that 1-1 work this time. But even then, 1-1 should not be the viable choice because like we know, Aaron is not really having the best time right now. So yeah, with that being said, I feel like the goal lane is actually one of the strongest points of IGN. Aaron is actually one of their key players. Like we all saw in the last match, he was the MVP. Along with that, Respect also just performed a lot of times. Last match though, which even though he was on the Serena early game, for the first few minutes, I guess, before the first turtle, appeared, he was kind of, having that control. But after the first turtle, it all went into the hands of Daku Sena. And that's why it's going to be really interesting to see if this time, will he be able to take the mid control like he always does.
But I feel he needs to go for a different hero, unlike the Selena in the last game. Yes, it's a very good pick, but there's no scaling for that hero, right? Once you reach to that mid to late game, you'll actually go for a point where you cannot go in, because the moment you do, you can get bursted down. Therefore, they need something different. Yes, the Farsa, one of his comfort picks, does really work. But is it a very early pick? Maybe, maybe not. But there are definitely the Lancelot as well as the Lapu Lapu open, which can, target him pretty easily. So, what will be the option for Team Daku Sena? And like you mentioned, though, 1-1 is also open. So this time, if they have not picked it early, so Daku Sena, they can steal it away. But does Funny Valentine want it or not will be the question.
I feel like the 1-1, of course, is a good pick, but Irithel can actually counter it. So it's kind of, a 50-50. And in the last match, we did see what happened. If you pick up the 1-1 and the enemy gets their hands on the Irithel, then it's trouble. And right now, Daku Sena, looking at the fact that they have a Fredrin and a Hylos, it's actually very, very, okay. They're going for the Moscow actually early on. Okay, it seems like they're going all in for that split push strategy.
And that's a lot of HP to burst down for a Moskov. Yes, you can go for the Trinity build, but I was expecting a carry maybe. I don't know. Might be just me. The carry could have worked really well. However, the Moskov does have a bit bigger range as well as more utility with his ultimate. Right, he can just go in with the split push and just join the team fights with the SOD. However, the anti-heal hero, which we call as the Baxia, will be available for Team IGN. So, what can be a probable answer for Team Daku Sena was the question, but I feel it's still too early for those two picks. And Ranger, okay, if Ranger can work, however, there's a Farsa that will be lurking around. So I don't see anybody who can actually cancel the Farsa ult so far. So how will Daku Sena actually approach this draft is still a question.
Yeah, Gatot is banned actually, so they cannot pick up the Gatot. I do feel like though that they might actually go for the the Hylos might just dive in, because even though you feel like the Farsa does not have a counter, I feel like the Hylos can actually just walk in, because if you think about it, there are not really a lot of obstacles that the Hylos will face, okay, while walking inside, okay. So yeah, that's just my thought, but it might not work as well. But if you take a proper look at the side of IGN, Shinryu, look at that. Bakshi has a lot of mobility, so does Farsa, and the Moskov always there with the SOD. So the side of IGN actually has a lot of mobility on their side, and that is something that Daku Sena needs to counter right now.
Absolutely, they can go for a support hero into their as their roamer, because the fact that can really work and give more impact to the team fights, or the healing can really work in their favor. Matilda, yes, definitely. The Matilda is a good option. Even the Rafaela can work to some extent because they have a really good front line, right? Rafaela can also bring back a death. I mean, a person who has been taken down, right? So yeah, I'm just being careful with my words out here. And I feel the Xbox ban is really smart from Team Daku Sena at the same time. They're just trying to negate all the heroes that cannot be counter out so easily. So banning it out is definitely the option. However, the alpha is open. That could be that could be a hero that Team IGN can actually go for. However, the Novaria finally makes way from the last game, which it should have, but still it worked somehow in their favor. And so far, I like the draft from the side of Team Daku Sena. This has that classic combo, which we have really seen in the PH meta. The Novaria plus the Grandeur confirm hit with your ultimate, skill, and that combo. So that can work really well. However, Team IGN, they really need a good frontline. I would say maybe a hyper that can burst down, or maybe a utility jungler, perhaps. I don't know which one they want to actually go for out here. The Bugs is still a question mark.
Definitely, it's going to be difficult to see what going to. Okay, they're going in with the Jawhead, which is wow. This is a lot of mobility in one team, right? And if you think about the Arlot, of course, if he somehow just auto hits that second skill onto the Fredrin, bro, he's stuck there forever. So the Arlot has to be really careful how he uses that one. But if he is able to dodge the Fredrin, I feel like the entire enemy is going to be, bro, this is going to be 1-1. I'm sure it is going to go into the third game now.
Oh wait, I see a Masha, and things suddenly switch because they needed some damage, and the Masha can do it actually. But also the Masha has that skill, where he can completely block the basic skill damage, the basic hit damage from the Moskov at the same time. So it can work really well. However, I'm interested to see how this Jawhead roam will actually be able to mark the right targets, because he has to really dive into the back lane to mark that Novaria as well as the Ranger. But the front line is so bulky from the side of Team Daku Sena. It might be just like you mentioned, once the Arlot goes in, it cannot come out. I think the Jawhead might have the same fate at the same time.
That's why, man. That's why this dive comp that IGN has went for is going to be really, really risky. But on the other side, the Masha pick, of course, is very interesting to see. And I feel like it might work, because that forces the Arlot to not go damage, right? Because we all know what damage Arlot is. It's one shot. The Novaria, the Granger, is one shot. So yeah, before we head into the game, We would like to remind everyone this is the last game of the night. It's Daku Sena going up against IGN. The score is 1-0. The draft does look very, very even. Both sides have their chances, but my bets are on IGN for this one. What are yours, Shinja?
Hey, why not we take the opposite teams out here? Let me just go with Daku Sena, so we just have an equal side out here. But again, the draft this time looks very 50-50 to me. Compared to the last game, I was more favoring Team Daku Sena, given the fact they have a really good re-engage tool. But game 2, we have already begun in this, last match of the day. Sorry, it's a game 4, match 2 for the last game. Let's see if it's going to be 2-0, if it's going to be 1-1. Till the odds and the events are out there. You guys can comment down below which team you think actually will win. But Nerd 3.0 will see Team Daku Sena go on against Team IGN in the second match.
Yep, things are looking pretty solid here. And right now in the mid lane, seems like Haitatsu is going to be taking a lot of hits, but Zohunt is the one who's getting force his flicker out, but Respect comes in with his re-engage. Haitatsu forced to use the revitalize, and Lemon is focused on the Witch, and Witch might be getting taken. Oh my god, that is 2 flickers forced out. That just shows the amount of confidence that Daku Sena is playing with right now.
Absolutely, and they have the poke and burst damage, right? They will continuously poke, not the burst, but the poke as well as, the sustain that they need. And along with that, they also have that taunt. But look at the bot lane though. Alan the Creator is actually able to dominate this lane against Funny Valentine. He's also able to push back, dealing a lot of damage. He still needs to go for that, I would say, defensive mechanism, but again, Zohunt actually rotating out there. This might be flicker forced out. Yes, it is. So Alan the Creator actually winning out that lane, man.
And actually, he actually denied 2 minions, okay? 2 gold card minions. So that's a lot of gold being missed out here by Funny Valentine. On top of that, his battle spell is forced out as well. So that means Daku Sena, even though it does not look like, even if you cannot see anything, it's actually Daku Sena losing out at the moment right now in the gold lane, and that's bad news. You do not want the Moskov to get ahead.
Absolutely. But with this turtle already being spawned in, they are kind of prioritizing that EXP lane to get a bit more advantage with the rotation. But again, Jawhead is out there. Zohunt will open up the map. Can Team IGN contest for this turtle will be the question. But again, Witch is also there, so is Respect. But look at the damage onto Mirio. He's forced to flicker out.
Yep, a lot of flickers being forced out. I mean, Daku Sena was born to force flickers, I guess. But yeah, things looking good right now. I feel like the SOD is available, so might be coming in time as well, as they're providing the vision. Respect does not decide to go in yet, but now they're going all in. Look at the dive from Haitatsu. That will be actually punishing. Then Mirio will go down as well. First but already secured. Lemon decides to go in with the bomb, but does not connect on anyone. Zohunt instead takes him down. Jazz into the backline. Does not really have those health bars and will be getting taken down as well by Zohunt here. Things looking good. And oh my god, what's happening? I don't know.
What happened was this Team IGN able to turn that fight completely around in their favor, despite them being in at a bit disadvantageous point. They got the right members. They were just able to pull them too deep into their jungle, and that's where they got the advantage. And I would say they were also able to, avoid a lot of skills coming from the side of Team Daku Sena as well. They got the turtle, so currently the gold is going to be into the hands of Team IGN as they are able to get the kills as well. Again, the feathered airstrike being used downboard, and like you mentioned, right, the gold lane is really being fought after from the side of Team IGN. They do not want free gold to be given to this grandeur at any time, but again, the snipe connects. But so far the map is going to be a little bit peaceful, as it seems both the teams do not want to engage before the second turtle.
Yep, and if you also think about the server differences right now, the last game was played on a Bengal server, and it was Daku Sena who won it, and right now it's Delhi server, and it's actually IGN who's winning. So yeah, that's actually kind of funny if you think about it.
And it seems like Team IGN, despite getting that loss, it did not affect them much. They're still feeling confident. They just knew that they just need to tweak their just change their lineup a little bit. And once they have done it, not the lineup, but the draft a little bit, but once they have done it, it seems like it's kind of working for them. They got that range, they got that pick off, and they also got that damage from that late game with that Moscow. So they're just betting their cards onto this game. But once again, I feel if this grandeur is not shut down in the next 2 minutes of the game, it's gonna be really difficult for Team IGN to get those pickoffs really quickly.
Yep. Oh, Granger still gets that one though. Oh, and look at that hitbox already placed in there. IGN, their positions are all revealed by the Novaria, and with that, the next turtle of the game is up in a few seconds. Respect will be arriving really soon as well as he completes taking his blue buff. On the other side, Lemon is actually taking his red, so he might actually take some time to arrive here.
Absolutely, but the turtle is already in the land of John, and seems like IGN, they want to quickly burst it before the rotation has been made. You can already see Lemon is out there, but he's zoned out. Respect will get that retribution pretty easily. The feather airstrike drop down, and seems like it's the end of road for Lemon as he gets taken down. But a quick trade off up top with the Masha pushing in that lane, but again, the Arl wants to go in on to Haitatsu. There's the rest of the members. It's going to be the aspect being used, but the final, aish. See, this is what happens when I just get too overwhelmed, right, guys? And before I was even able to say anything, two members just got taken down. But again, the SOD not really connecting. The final slash was so beautifully placed, right? Fredo out there.
Yes, definitely. Mirio did a phenomenal job with that, and with that, that setup was just so good. Two people, they were trying to defend it really hard. But the thing is, when you're surrounded by 5 members and it's 2v5, you definitely want to back off. And right now, with that, Mirio, will he be able to do the outplay like Sanford did? Oh, I guess he might. But there's no backup arriving for him, unlike Sanford. So yeah, he will not be able to do that for long. And he'll be getting taken down. And now, look at Aaron the Creator creating plays out of nowhere. This guy has been the key player even in the second game as well for IGN, and that's the reason why right now Aaron the Creator definitely trying his best to push down the turrets. Of course, if he faces the Masha though, it will be really difficult. So yeah, he might want to change the lane right now.
Yeah, I think going up, against the Masha might be pretty difficult for Aaron the Creator, as he does not want to get taken down. And if you take a look at the item, Aaron the Creator actually has 2 items locked in, and so does Funny Valentine. But the damage scaling for this Moscow is pretty much scary, right? Compared to the Grandeur, he needs to get the stacks as well, whereas the Moscow can actually just go for that the item prioritization. But again, it's going to be the skills being used up pretty prematurely. I would say the Glorious Pathway was not really required, but he wanted to just slow down the enemies. But again, bot lane, which is actually clearing it out, giving more vision to his team. At the same time, the last neutral objective from the turtle has spawned, and Team IGN, they again want to quickly burst it. Both the gold lane are at the top, but there's going to be the Astral Echo being used up, revealing the position. Midu actually goes in with the Vengeance. However, there is not the members he want to target onto. Again, there's going to be the feathered airstrike being used. The final slash out there, which will take down Lemon, and it seems like there's no jungler available for Team Daku Sena. Respect will get that pretty easily. Haitatsu kind of caught up. Glorious Path they used defensively just to get out of the harm's way as Team IGN, they're leading it, and Jazz seems like in a tough spot, being chased down, forced to figure out, and it's going to be the rest of the Team IGN try to chase him down, but no, I don't think so. They want to commit anymore, but they kind of want to take this purple buff away. The top lane is wide open, and I think Aaron the Creator might just take the advantage to push it.
Yep. That was kind of funny. It seemed like, the Masha went under the jump, like under a bridge or something. So yeah, that was kind of funny, but now we're back again. Aaron the Creator definitely doing what you said, trying to take down those turrets up top as, he's supposed to do that. And now Jazz will get taken down as well, trying to defend that turret bottom all alone. Respect comes in handy with those tires of his. And yeah, now they're trying to take down all the turrets, just like Daku Sena did in the previous one. So yeah, which is, look at that, which is pushing. So yeah, look at that, Fars are pushing as well. This time IGN, and they're definitely locked in.
They are definitely locked in. And the best part is that they're getting the advantage with what they want to. The execution is definitely going the way they are planning in their head, and that's why they're getting most advantage. And this Moscow has not been shut down a single time. 9 minutes into the game, he's sitting at a 0-0-3, and once we hit to that little bit 10 to 12 minutes mark, it's going to be even hurt more. You can see him locking in 3 items. 1,000 goal lead ahead of the Grandeur, but again, the Glorious Path being used down there. Lemon is too tanking the damage, but the Astral Echo being there. The final slash on the two members along with the feathered airstrike, and that's gonna be the first kill secured from Aaron the Creator to make it a double there. So he does connect and he goes in under the second tier, and Zohunt will secure that kill, but definitely that made things very, very easier for Team IGN to take down this Lord, as Team Daku Sena will be missing 3 members while this spawns.
Yep, and with that, Daku Sena missing 3 members, things are looking even more favorable. It should be an easy Lord here for Team IGN. Daku Sena cannot really send anyone right now as well. Members very, very low. All they can try to do right now is go for the split push if they can. And the lane clear as well is kind of good actually for Daku Sena. They have the Granger, they have the Novaria as well. So lane clear is going to be a little bit better compared to last game where IGN had the Selena. So yeah, with that, now how do they take care of the... okay, bottom lane, look at that, look at the Masha.
Oh, he's lurking around. He knows Witch is out there and actually wants to go in with the Thunderclap. He actually takes Witch very low, flicker in, and Witch gets taken down for the first time. However, the SOD out there actually will connect onto the bot lane. There are 2 members trying to take down Jazz. There is no way he can survive. Absolutely no way. He gets taken down. But again, Mario trying his best to survive against 3 members, but Peekaboo Predator will take him down. The Lord is marching down the mid lane. It will get cleared out the final... not the final slash, but that's going to be the Praises Wrath being used, and that's a successful defense coming in from the side of Team Daku Sena. A good distraction from Jazz just to, let this team get the defense being successfully done.
Yep, things looking really favorable right now for Team IGN to try and end it. Daku Sena, even though they did have a good draft as well. I mean, it was 50-50 like we said, but IGN just executed it better, and the mobility that this lineup brings, it has allowed IGN to make better rotations, faster rotations, and that's why they got ahead. It was always, Funny Valentine was under pressure because the mobility of the Farsa and the Baksha along with the Jawhead allows the mid lane trio to rotate much faster and provide backup. Meanwhile, the Novaria and, of course, Novaria, it's not like she just lacked a lot of mobility, but even then, of course, slower as compared to the Farsa. So the Novaria and Hylos not able to provide so much as compared to the which once again might be getting taken down there. And with that Jazz, look at him.
Look at him, he's not afraid of anybody. He just quickly takes down the kills. Astral Echo was also committed by Funny Valentine just to give that extra bit of range in case the Farsa went too far away. But again, the waves are crashing down the bot lane. Team Daku Sena, they need to clear it out. The purple buff being stolen away. And at this point, it seems like this is going to be a hyper Aaron the Creator on a Moscow getting both the buffs right. But again, Team Daku Sena, they're trying to get a bit more map control back. It's going to be the taunt connecting the final slash from Aaron the Creator. I think Lemon might be too deep into the enemy territory. He gets put down under the turret. There's going to be the Astral Echo, but Team Daku Sena, they're taking this fight into their own hands. It seems like 2 members make it 3 being taken down. Jazz gets triple kill, but he gets shut down. And the Creator turning things around. He goes in really aggressively, but he will be taking 2 with him down before he gets shut down by Peekaboo Predator. But Haitatsu in a tough spot all by himself. Wish versus the high loss. I think Wish needs to back up because there's gonna be the support from Peekaboo Predator to help his teammate get back to his safer side of the map. But that was right before the Lord Lord will spawn in, and Team IGN lost a lot of gold. I think they were just a bit hasty in that team fight though.
Yep, actually, after the throw from the Jawhead, the thing is Haitatsu did a very good job tanking the turret damage, due to which Lemon survived there, because otherwise there was no way Lemon was surviving 3 members, right? But yeah, after that, things did look, like going into the favor of IGN. But the Wind of Nature, Haitatsu once again deep into the enemy territory.
Yeah, he is deep. He is forced to use that glorious path with the feather airstrike, dealing a lot of damage. But it seems like Respect will get taken down. Haitatsu gets raided too, but no jungler for Team IGN. Lemon is still there, but the waves are crashing in towards the side of Team IGN. But again, you can see Jazz being pulled, ejected back towards his team, but it's on to Aaron the Creator. He takes in a lot of damage, forced to get back, and Team IGN, they have to retreat because there is no way they want to take a disadvantageous fight without their jungler, right? So it's a 4v4 situation. The Astral Echo will once again reveal the position for which, however, there is no retribution like I mentioned. So Team Daku Sena should be getting this pretty easily, and yes, they do.
Oh, seems like things are turned. Oh my
Oh!
goodness. Aaron, the creator. Solo kill there from Jazz. And that is bad news because their main member is dead right now. Of course, he'll be alive by the time the Lord arrives, but even then, bad news because Daku Sena are definitely taking back control of this match slowly but surely. Even even with the fact that they have the Granger right now, the stacks will definitely be high. And with that, the spammability comes in as well. So the frontliners are going to have a harder time dealing with the Granger right now. And look at that, the items, it's totally complete. Along with that, you do see that they have the Wind of Nature as well. It's not going to be easy to take down the goal laner for now. So, yep, things are looking bleak, but let's see how these teams try to make it work.
Yeah, but I think so the Wind of Nature might be on CD at this point, right? And without the Wind of Nature available, it can be an easy pickup because there's Jazz, there is, Funny Valentine, but again, there's a lot coming down the board. It will be cleared out pretty easily. The Feather Airstrike just for the defense. There's gonna be the ejector as well as the unstoppable force being used out. Peekaboo Predator being the mark up, and Team IGN actually were able to take down 3 members from the side of Team Daku Sena as well without losing a single turret. Inhibitor all standing, so they're able to defend while they're also able to mark the members properly. So far, it's looking Team IGN, they're yet not, done giving this game away to the hands of Team Daku Sena.
Yep. This mobility that they have with this kind of draft is just helping them so much right now because like you said, they did not lose a single turret because they all came back so fast to try and defend it. But now it's a 2v5. Okay, this is really difficult right now for them to try and defend this. But Daku Sena, they're trying their best. Glorious Pathway has been placed as well. Things might turn around right now.
Yeah, it might turn around, but the Winter Crown being used by Jazz, but he might not survive, and the Creator has too much damage. He's marking the member, piercing them through the minions. It seems like Team Daku Sena, they are able to defend it somehow despite losing Jazz. They were able to take down Mirio, so 1-for-1 trade. But again, Team IGN, they got what they were looking for, but
Peekaboo.
Yeah. He actually was trying to mark Zohunt, but he was. He actually lose that aim. What? Does he have a map hacker what, man? He was able to just, lock him from all the way from the, down the town. So, damn, that snipes are definitely gonna make things harder. But so far, I don't see a single stack onto Funny Valentine. So this might be the time he should be selling that Sky Piercer and perhaps get a BOD or maybe something that can give more damage though.
Yep, I think that is a wise option. I mean, 0 kills on a Granger. 17 minutes into the game. Oh, okay. Aaron, you don't want to be there in front of Jazz right now. So yeah, they both will decide to back off. And okay, Funny Valentine definitely hearing us, it seems. He decides to take the Wind of Nature and get something else, I guess. But for now, look at that. Respect is approaching the Lord. And so is Lemon. Both of them are nearby. But of course, IGN, they can definitely rotate much faster. So I feel like someone has to be there. Oh, Jazz, look at Jazz. He goes in. Wind of Nature being popped off as well.
Yeah, just like that actually gets taken down, bursted so quickly. The Lord is still up there. There's going to be the SOD connecting on to pick up a Predator. They actually go in with the Feather Airstrike as well as the SOD. They get the double kill onto Aaron the Creator. But Haitatsu is too much tanky for them to take down. Respect is trying to low the HP from Lemon, but he still wants to go back in despite not having the member. It's a 5v3 situation at this point. And Team IGN. But yeah, exactly. Look at Lemon. He's still aggressive. He wants to go for the taunt. There's a Bracer's Wrath, but not enough damage. Lemon takes in a bit of damage, and at this point, Team IGN know he's an easy target to take him down. But again, he actually does not want to commit anymore, which uses that Feather Airstrike just defensively, just to zone the members out. They should try out this Lord. Team IGN, they have the advantage. And oh wait, actually, the members are back, so this might be again a 50-50 for sure.
Yep, that is exactly what Lemon was trying to do. Buy some time. But now they have to... Oh, look at Lemon. He's 1v1 with Aaron. Aaron does not have the Wind of Nature, but he does have the Immortality. And with that, look at Jazz. He comes in, but there is the outplay from Aaron. The Creator uses that spear to push him away. And with that, the Lord has been taken by Aaron. None other than him. And with that, Mirio, he might be alone. And there it comes. Wind of Nature has been popped up as well. Mirio will not be able to survive this one. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of blows. 2 for 3 is the trade. And right now, Zohunt, he keeps getting hit by those astral meteors.
Yeah, they definitely delayed the lot too much, but Aaron the Creator is definitely him. Mirio might not be him because he just got outplayed out there, but Aaron the Creator was the him out there. He got not only got the shutdown onto Jazz, he was also able to get down that lot too. So far, Team IGN they have that lot advantage, and this is a evolved lot, this which gonna hit really really hard to your base crystal if it actually works down there. But Team Daku Sena, they're trying their best to clear it out before it even marches down inside their base. So this might be a pretty successful defense for them because they have their members available. However, Team IGN, they need to wait for Meteor to be back on map. However, they still are in this game, which is a very good thing.
Yep, both sides looking pretty strong right now. And in the late game, I mean, I don't know what's happening, okay, but Funny Valentine, he keeps selling and buying the sky. I mean, no, not Sky Piercer, Wind of Nature again and again. I don't know what's happening, okay, but it keeps appearing.
Mhm.
So yeah, I really want to ask him what is he doing right now. But yeah, in the late game right now, it does involve a lot more. The term called survivability becomes much more important right now. You do not want to be going down. The death timers are insanely long, and one death could change the entire game. So these guys, all of them, they have to try and survive this. And right now with the items, okay, so he does have the BOD right now on him. So yeah, that's why he was selling that item and buying it again and again. And what else can we talk about right now actually? Because all the enemies, all the both the sides, all they're trying to do right now is just stall the game for a while before the Lord comes up. But another thing is wave management. Both of them have to manage those waves before the Lord comes, and the one who will have the best wave management will at least not lose the game. Because if your wave management is bad, something goes wrong. There's nothing that you can do about it, right?
Mm-hmm. And I would, think at this point he can even sell his boots for Funny Valentine because, you need even more damage to take the members down. They're really tanky, or maybe he can get a defensive item like the Immortality for more survivability because he is the one being marked after Jazz gets taken down. Again, top lane, you can see two members lurking around there. Jazz already being spotted out. There's going to be the unstoppable force, but the Winter Crown actually survived. Gonna help him survive for a little long, but he's actually quickly changes this up and he forces the Wind of Nature from Aaron the Creator. The SOD actually connects, but the final slash 2. Aaron the Creator actually goes in. It might be too deep for him, but he actually takes Unbreakable Predator and Funny Valentine. Little low on HP there. Airs the feather air strike onto the back line, and just like that, 3 members being taken down. 2 tanky frontline are still there, and the Creator is trying to just juke his way, trying to kite away this fight so he can give the damage, but it's already too late. Team Daku Sena, they have lost almost 4 of their members, and with that 5, the base is wide open. Team IGN are very much welcome to come and end this game and make it a 1-for-1, and we are finally heading to a game number 3 for sure.
Yes, we are definitely heading into a game number 3. I tell you, Shinju, I think this draft was just too good, to fail because the mobility is there, the damage is there, every single thing that you need in a draft. This draft was complete. And that's the reason why, this game did seem like it was going into the hands of IGN in the beginning. Of course, Jazz tried his best there, the immortality buy and then the Winter Crown, everything he tried. But even then, the lack of mobility on the side of DS did not allow them to reach, did not allow them to reach Jazz in time for that backup. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Aaron was caught, the way the backup arrived, like call 911 and we'll be right there. So yeah, that's what happened.
It was like call an ambulance, but not for me situation, out there. So I would say the way Team IGN actually played the early game, it was so beautifully placed. Like you mentioned, they were able to freeze the lane, reduce the gold for this grandeur onto Funny Valentine. That was the right approach. You need to just low the gold onto the marksman so he does not come online pretty quickly. And also, grandeur does require a little bit, early game kills, maybe some kind of snowball. At least in the department of gold, he was completely denied all of that. Like you mentioned, with the fast rotation Team IGN were able to do, and the Moscow always had that BOD, not the BOD, but the SOD to just go in for any fight that he wants to partake. Because I think with him, the chances of winning those team fight for Team IGN went, from 50 to 100% for sure.
Yep, definitely. And with that, I mean, I'm really curious to see what the next draft might look like because both these teams have shown
Hmm.
extremely good draft in both the matches that we've seen. And in the second one, though, IGN will definitely get that with the help of Aaron once again. I mean, MVP defeat when you're losing, MVP win when you're winning. I mean, like, people do say that this meta is more about the EXP laners. The time of goal laners have faded, but Aaron doesn't seem to agree with them, I guess, because he has just shown that, goal laners are still going to take all the spotlight every single time. Because in the last game as well, it was Funny Valentine getting the MVP. And this time, it's Aaron. It seems like these goal laners are just going to dominate every single game.
Hmm. And also, if you remember, the first to pick from the side of team Daku Sena was the Fredrin as well as the Hylos, right? And I feel that's too much, sustain already being picked up in the early phase of the draft. They could have gone for something more dynamic, maybe more damage oriented at that point. If they had planned the Masha to be there, they could have just, picked their mage a little bit early because the Farsa was already picked. They could have just gone maybe for the Valentina. That could have given some advantage because the stolen, you know, feathered airstrike could have given them a bit more range to deal the damage. But I think the Novaria was definitely there. He was connecting the snipe. He was giving the vision, the hitbox too. However, once you reach to the mid to late game power spike, the 1-1 does not actually goes not the 1-1 actually the Farsa actually can really deal more damage. So let's see if it actually can um, actually works pretty well or not. But once again, this third game, it will be right. So let's see how will it be working or how will this team actually approach for this match. But once again, both the teams have equal chance in getting this game towards their side, and we're just waiting for the draft to start. So after that, we will know what is the game plan for both these teams.
Yeah, and gotta know as well, which server will be the one because when it goes to the third game, it does go for a. Okay, we're going to take a short break right now, and we'll be right back after a few minutes. So don't go anywhere, guys. Just stay tuned. We'll be back in a while.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? Who serves the light while working in the dark?
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world. Wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Burning flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now?
Hello, guys. We are back once again on the caster's desk. And this time it's again, Fredo and Shinryu going to be casting the last match of the night. Hopefully, not the last match of our lives because we are really, really deep into the night. It's 12:30 a.m., but we're still here, of course, because the match is supposed to be done. And the players are here as well because the match is supposed to be done. And of course, we'll be heading very soon into the draft. But before we get into that, Shinryu, are you
Mhm.
awake?
I am trying my best to stay awake, and I hope the rest of the chat too, because this is gonna be, a match which might just take our sleeps away. Because the final game is a match point for both these teams. Let's see which one will be getting that, points to back to their home just for this round robin. But again, without much further ado, we will be moving to the drafting section already, as we see Team Daku Sena this time again getting the first pick. Team IGN have to contend themselves with the second pick. So this does speak a lot, right? Team Daku Sena, they might want to get some prior heroes, but what will be those heroes? They instantly ban out the Farsa, which was a threat in the last game. So they understood their lesson that they should not open the Farsa whatsoever.
Yep, do not open the Farsa. Do not give IGN mobility. That's the key factor this time around, because this time around, I mean, IGN has already seen what works, right? They might try to do the same thing again. So that's why they ban out the Farsa, they ban out the Yisenshin as well. On the other side, IGN, they ban out, okay, the glue, okay. Banning out the glue does seem like they want to go for a utility jungler, The Bakshed really worked out for them. They might want to try to go for that again. But Daku Sena here, as they have the first pick, what do you think? Will Daku Sena try this time?
Well, so far the CC have not been banned yet. They might pick that hero because that can give you a lot of advantage when you're against the utility kind of jungler. But at the same time, I do feel that they can, or they might be cooking something else. They might be planning something different this time around, because it's Team IGN that they're facing against, right? They can steal away some picks. Even the Kadita can be the first pick if they want to, because we know IGN Witch is notorious for picking that hero. So that hero is open. The CC is banned. Therefore, are a few heroes in the option, and yeah, Kadita definitely will be the first pick from the side of Team Daku Sena.
Mid lane first pick is something that used to be, things that ML players used to do in the past. Because, I mean, people usually approach for a flex pick in the first place because they do not want to reveal their plans. But this time around, Daku Sena, I do not feel like the Kadita is a prio pick, but they still go ahead with it. This time, respect once again into the Lancelot. I hope he performs better this time. And on the other hand, we see the high loss, the thing that took Daku Sena down, might take down IGN this time around. What do you think?
That could be the case, but like you mentioned, the last team fight as well, not the last team, but the last draft as well. Something, they should not be giving Team IGN, that is the mobility, and both Lancelot as well as the Hylos do have a lot of mobility, right? The Glorious Pathway not only gives the mobility to himself, it also gives the mobility to the rest of the team. So they're again playing that same kind of game plan: fast rotation, fast pick off, fast objectives. So, how will Team Daku Sena negate that would definitely be a question. However, the Kadita pick, it's a steal from which the Lapu Lapu 2, I think, is a standard pick, something you would want to go for in, but this is a different approach from Team Daku Sena for sure, right? Funny Valentine onto the Nathan. I'm really interested to see how he actually performs on this hero.
Nathan is actually one of those heroes that, really, like you said, when they pick the 1-1 goes on the radar kind of hero, because this guy, because of his ultimate, he's always at a safe distance. We can always decide to disengage at the right time. And along with that, the amount of damage that he gets just by raw items, like Holy Crystal, the Stallion Sky, just these two items along with the Feather of Heaven, these three items, just like the Harriet, right? It does give him a lot of damage only with that. So that's why Nathan actually is one of those heroes that might actually come in really handy. But the fact that they have picked that up allows Aaron to finally try and get that MVP that he missed out on the first match.
Yeah, I feel this is again, hopefully this is going to be the Bengal server, right? Because last game was Delhi. Team IGN, Team Daku Sena, they won the toss, so they should be having the side where Team IGN might have the server.
I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
what happened is Daku Sena did win the toss, but they decided to go for the first pick.
Okay.
They do not want the
So,
server. It seems
uh-huh.
like, because they won the first one in the Bengal server, they want to play in Bengal server again.
Yeah, I feel this is like the completely opposite, like you mentioned, right? The servers are actually favoring when they are not in
Yeah.
their own. It's like the
Yeah.
server of their opponents. But again, we are already done with the first half of the draft, right? The second banning phase, we'll take a look at it. Hayabusa along with the Kufra being banned, 2 EXP laner, 1 EXP laner out there along with the Selena being banned away. So what does which go for here? The Zushin is still open, but I don't think so. That might be the best option. The next best option for him is gonna be the Novaria, but no, he actually
Okay.
sticks with the Zushin out here. I'm not too sure about the Zushin out here because it's very difficult for the Zushin to pick one person off because of the mobility or even the survivability that these heroes have so far.
And it's like, the Nathan can definitely escape using his ultimate, the entropy, along with that, the Kadita as well, of course, has a lot of skills to, dodge the Zushin. Along with that, Lapu Lapu, if you bring him in, towards your team, you're basically committing suicide, right? I mean, he's going to get even more tankier if he hits more members with his S2. So Novaria trying to bring Lapu Lapu down is going to be a very, very big risk factor. So yeah, the Zushin pick here is kind of going to be really difficult for Wish to pull it off.
Absolutely. I'm a bit skeptical for that hero. However, we need to see how they actually play around that. But the Phobius do another standard pick. I was expecting maybe the Esmeralda from the side of Team IGN, but it's okay. The Phobius can really work well. Mirio does stick to his comfort pick. There is the Suyo, so the Phobius can counter him out in a way. However, the draft so far, this time I just slightly feel Team Daku Sena, they have the advantage overall because there are a lot of their heroes, they have that immunity when they go in. Even their tank, that's going to be the Minotaur, when he uses that Minion Fury, he's pretty much immune to any kind of CC. So this might be pretty difficult for Team IGN to just take a full 5v5 fight. However, if they go for the pick-off, if they go for the quick rotations, they can get the advantage.
Definitely, quick rotations are going to be a key here. They do have mobility in the form of the Lancelot and the Zushin. The 1-1. And on the other side, the Phobias, of course, going to disrupt the enemy backline completely. So yeah, with this draft locked in, IGN are looking strong on the other side. If you look at Daku Sena, standard picks all around. But the thing is, this Lapu Lapu, we all know how strong Lapu Lapu is in this meta. He can definitely take 2 or 3 members, by himself. So that is going to be key factor here. If Jazz can make something happen with his Lapu Lapu, of course, Peekaboo and Funny Valentine are definitely there to support him from the backlines.
Yeah, Team IGN, they definitely need to support their goal laner. That's gonna be, the 1-1 Aaron the Creator, because he needs to create the magic. He needs to be the one getting that farm, just like they did in the last game. But again, the final match for this best of 3 series, right? Let's see which team will actually get the win for this last game. However, both the teams are standing at an equal footing with the point being scored or tied at 1-1. Game number 3, guys. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to get entertained.
Definitely. It's going to be game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Daku Sena versus IGN. Score is 1-1. And which definitely seems to try and, get the members of Daku Sena low. Haitatsu might be the one falling. Force of use the flicker. Oh, Petrify combo coming in from Peekaboo. That was almost there. But of course, the Revitalize will help Witch and Zohunt to stay alive.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage in the top lane as well. You can see the 1-1 being really, really active. Already expending his Inspire at the same time, and I think that might give him a little bit advantage with the lane freezing. However, he should be careful, again getting all his weakness pro, giving a lot of damage to Funny Valentine, zoned him under the turret. And just like in the second game too, right, we saw the same thing being repeated out here. However, this time I think Team Daku Sena, they know that they need to support their goal lane a lot more.
And look at that. Daku Sena is trying to freeze the lane instead because they know Funny Valentine definitely facing some trouble from Aaron the Creator. Haitatsu as well, giving some vision, getting some support there. Respect arrives though. he does have all his skills ready. So of course he's level 4 right now. And with that, Zoshin as well, providing cover. And that means Haitatsu is kind of stuck there, cannot really try to rotate towards the turtle side because Respect is definitely, and along with Haitatsu, he's still there. So yeah, Haitatsu will be arriving shortly, but in the EXP lane, there does not seem to be any sort of activity happening, except the fact that Mirio is already level 4, so he'll be rotating first towards the turtle. Let's see if Lemon can make something here.
Yeah, Jazz actually wants to go in with the previous fighter. He dives in through the turret. Is pretty low on HP. There's gonna be a full fight 50-50, but it's gonna be Mirio getting the turret. Turtle and Peekaboo getting the shutdown onto Respect. So far, the fight does not stop there. There's gonna be the knock-up onto Jazz. He still survives somehow. There's a Crimson Beacon being used up too, but the teams will decide onto trading or just retreating for that fight. But a turtle for a kill. I think Team IGN still have the advantage.
Yep, and with that, we're back. We're back with Daku Sena taking the lead right now. And with that, there seems like in the Aaron the Creator, of course, he did create a decent lead for now, but Funny Valentine as well. We do remember that in the last game, even though Aaron the Creator was leading by a lot, Funny Valentine was able to match up the goal in no time. So yeah, Aaron the Creator, even though he might be a hitting goal right now, cannot be sitting comfortably. Continuously has to put pressure on Funny Valentine. On the other side of the map, though, Mirio, of course, as a Phobius, it won't be easy for Lapu Lapu to try and get advantage on him. So yeah, Mirio, and you can say entire IGN right now, sitting really comfortably right now.
Yeah, they are sitting comfortably knowing the fact that they have the better damage scaling some way if their conditions are met. However, DS, they're playing it pretty slow, pretty safe, and I think they're playing it a bit too safe. They need to go for a little bit pickoffs, right? They have the Suyo. The Suyo can do really good in the early game, but again, up top, the two members, the Minion Fury, will be being used. The knock up there, the Revitalize as well, but no follow up, no kills secured for any of the teams. Just a little bit skirmish. However, like I was mentioning, they need to take advantage of the Suyo because once that Suyo goes into the mid to late game, it's a bit difficult for him to go in so easily and get a kill. However, up top, I think Aaron the Creator might face a problem. He's against 3 members. Team IGN are rotating though.
Yep, and with that, getting picked up and thrown will be Lemon. And the Creator will get the kill though, and which, once again, doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Funny Valentine uses Entropy to get away. And with that, a lot of skills burn. Respect is dead. Get the turtle as well. No contest because, of course, the jungler is dead. And things not looking good here for Daku Sena. Once again, IGN might be able to make a comeback happen, it seems.
Yeah, they are trying to look for a comeback. However, they need to put their bets onto the goal lane. Once again, the bot lane is already being pushed up by Respect. He was trying to get some gold, but again, there's another skirmish up top. You can see the members are diving in under the turret, but almost close to the turret, but they just called it off. They should not be wasting their skills so much because there are other objectives on the map as well. The second turtle will be up pretty soon, but the mid lane was being pushed and get cleared out with the rough waves. However, top there's gonna be Funny Valentine using the entropy to push the turret and should be getting taken down, but again the rotation from Zohunt gets him stuck. The Minion Fury onto 3 members. They are knocked up, but the damage not really being enough. But again, he gets brought back towards his team. The crossbow of tank does get activated and will secure that kill for Aaron the Creator, and that's his second kill in the game already. And Respect finally gets there to clear the waves out, but again mid lane you can see Jazz goes in with the bravest fighter and he will get the shutdown onto Zohunt. A good kill for him, but it's just onto the tank, not the members, not the damage dealer. So I think it's not gonna give him too much. It's not gonna give too much advantage to Team Daku Sena. However, Team IGN, they do want to go in once again. Mirio goes really deep into the turret, trying to chase down Peekaboo Predator, and I think it's finally time for both these teams to call it off for this fight.
Yep, definitely try to disengage. Prepare for the next neutral objective, of course. And they've sent for some reason, they're sending Lemon to try and get those split pushes happening because that is exactly how he got taken down as well, right, in the top lane side. So this seems to be the game approach right now for Daku Sena. Send Lemon to try and make that. Okay. Respect was probably aware that Lemon was arriving. So yeah. The Minion Fury being used as well, and there it comes. The Bong Bong is happening from the 4 base into the backlines. Jazz will be able to take down Zohunt first. Aaron the Creator not popping off his ultimate yet, still keeping it, I guess. Lemon though still takes a lot of damage, a lot of hits from Mirio, and with that, it's a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 2-for-1 in the favor of Team IGN, as they will also should be getting this turtle pretty comfortably. I don't think so. Team Daku Sena can contest Daku Sena. They have to play on the defensive. They do not have the front liners available at this point. And also, you can see the goal lead slightly favoring Team IGN at this point, almost at a 2k advantage. But Funny Valentine so far have not been taken down a single time. So both the gold laner at this point are scaling really well. So which one will give more damage will be just a matter of time.
Yep, and with that, look at Witch and Mirio. They're trying to force the top lane area because they know Lemon is always trying to go for the split push, right? Going top, going bot, going top, going bot. But this time they knew the pattern, so they recognize it. And then they're not allowing Lemon to do what he wants right now, and that's exactly the plan right now for DS. So yeah, I seem like IGN have already realized it. But oh, look at that in the mid lane.
Yeah, into the mid lane, they will be taking another fight. Lot of damage being placed onto Haitatsu. Mirio will take him down, but once again, the glorious path is being used. But which will take down Jazz despite him going in strong with the previous fighter. At this point, Team IGM, they're lurking around the mid-tier, first-tier turret, and they should be getting it pretty easily taken down. And just like that, Team IGN will open up the map much more. Daku Sena, they have been forced to play on the defensive.
Yep, and now Daku Sena, they're definitely getting choked inside their own jungle area right now because the map is getting opened up. They're losing turrets up top, they're losing turrets up bottom, down bottom as well right now. As you see, Mirio completely trying to zone away. Oh, Petrify combo comes in.
Yes, Petrify combo comes in, and it seems like there's a lot of damage being placed onto the members of Team Daku Sena. Look at the stun, look at the infernal pursuit from Mirio, but he might get taken down from Funny Valentine. The crossbow tank does get connected, it gets a mega kill, but he will have to back out. It seems like Daku Sena, they do not have the luxury of the HP bars at this point, and they have to back out. The combo of Team IGN, even Witch onto the Zushin, one of Ray's favorite hero, doing so well. And I think Ray, if he was here, he would have been proud of Witch right now.
Oh, he'll definitely be. And right now, the fact that, the 1-1 is actually 4-0-2 is going to put even more pressure on Daku Sena. Like, the way Respect was not able to chase down the Irithel, the same is happening right now with Lemon. Lemon is not able to get his hands on Aaron.
Yeah, it's like the 1-1 is so difficult to catch once you go to the late game, but again, the Lord being secured by Respect, the mobility from the 1-1 is so difficult to be caught as well. Like, we know, right, the fact this is a very fed 1-1, 4-0 and 2. The items have been locked in, 3 items already waiting for the 4th item to be completed. Funny Valentine is still playing safe, has 2 item. However, the scaling or the sustain from his frontliners is still not available for him to do what he wants to do, and that's why he's kind of lacking that space he requires. And mainly that is the reason why Team IGN are able to successfully invade as well as get the kills and even get the Lord towards their side. So I think Team IGN, if they have to be stopped, Team Daku Sena, they have to pick up the backline for sure.
Yep, they definitely need to go into the backlines right now. And if you think about it, they're going to try and crack one of those inhibitors open, but will they be able to do so? That is the question. And it seems like they will not be successful in doing so as they do not have enough minions right now. But there's a lot of pressure for Daku Sena because they've lost so many turrets right now. And look at IGN, they have all their turrets healthy. The mid lane is one of the most important ones, and they still have that up. So Daku Sena, they have a lot of work to do. They need to sustain it out as in such a way that the IGN, they have like 4-man or 3-man wipeout or something, because if not, then it's not really possible for Daku Sena to try and make some play out of this. It's it's like a slow ticking time bomb for them right now.
Yeah, and time is something Daku Sena do not have the luxury of, right? Team IGN, they can take a little bit time to wait for the Lord to go for a quick game end. However, Daku Sena, they are kind of forced to just stay remaining towards their side of the map, near their base, because if they go too far away, there's a chance that they might get taken down. But again, you can see they have just, seems like they have offended Team Aijin by coming out too deep into their jungle, and that's why Team Aijin wants to just put a warning onto them that don't come into my turf. You might just get taken down before the Lord even spawns in, before you can even say defend your lanes, the base. And at this point, Team Aijin, they should just hold the high ground, wait for the Lord, take it. However, Daku Sena, they have to go for a Hail Mary play for sure.
Definitely. We need some sort of play right now from from not both sides, but of course Daku Sena a lot more. Aaron knows someone is going to clear this bottom lane before the Lord comes in, and Lemon is probably aware of that. Oh, he is. But will he be able to run?
Will he be able to run is the question. The cross bottom activated and Lemon will get traded down, taken down like that. You can see again top lane, there is Jazz all zoned out, being shut down at the same time. There's the Khajiit going in with a rough pace, but Witch is out there with the Crimson Beacon as well as the Lantern Flare, trying to zone the members out. 4 members being taken down. Funny Valentine. Actually, it's just 3 members being taken down. Funny Valentine along with Haitatsu are there. The Lord is not even required. Team Aijin, they are just dancing in the base of Team Daku Sena as they take down the remaining 2, and they will take down the base as well, as they are getting this game secured in their favor. 2-1 for the win.
Victory!
Yep, that's it. And with that, we have the winners of the last match of the night. It's IGN winning Daku Sena 2-1. So of course they'll share points, and IGN will get the better one out of it because they'll be getting 2. Daku Sena will be getting 1. And with that, Lemon, of course, tried his best, but not able to get his hands on Aaron. And Aaron, 3 MVPs in 3 games.
Managed to goat it for sure. He
Goated.
actually performed, right? He really performed well in all the 3 matches. We have noticed that. And that's why Team Aijin got so much advantage. If Aaron was not, giving his peak performances in these 3 games, I think, Fredo, it might have been a pretty much clean sweep for Team Daku Sena.
Yep, definitely. If not for Aaron, things would have not went good for IGN tonight. But that is what happens. This game is so unexpected. Good job. Sometimes it doesn't even matter. And yeah, finally they get their win on the Bengal server, which they could not in the first match. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of day 3. Or is it 4? Yeah, it's day 3 on War Drum. So yeah, with that being said, Shinryu and Fredo will say good night.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life, death, I come and go as I please! Burning flame!